Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a Mayor's question time meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Today we will ask questions of the Mayor on the final draft consolidated budget for the GLA Group for 2022-23. May I remind members that face masks are encouraged to be worn in the chamber unless speaking or unless you are medically exempt. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, as I've done here, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. In case of an emergency and any need to exit the building, guests seated in the public gallery should follow security staff, and Assembly members should follow the meeting clerk. Can I also ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have no apologies for absence today, and we also don't have any Assembly members joining us remotely. I'm going to start with actually an item that I consider to be urgent, and with the consent of the Assembly, to delegate to me the power, along with group leads and the Deputy Chair, to write to Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv, to express our support in the face of the naked aggression by Putin's forces, and to state very clearly from this Assembly that we stand with Ukrainian Londoners at this dreadful time. We stand with Ukraine. If that's agreed, thank you very much. I begin with an update on recent Assembly activity. The Police and Crime Committee responded to the resignation of Met Police Commissioner Cressida Dick and held a Q&A with the Met to discuss the IOPC report into Charing Cross Police. The committee also published its response to the Mayor's draft Police and Crime Plan for 2021 to 25, making a series of recommendations concerning his policing and safety priorities for the next 5 years. The Transport Committee wrote to the Secretary of State stressing the need for a long-term funding deal for TfL. The Health Committee responded to the Prime Minister's announcement about living with COVID. The Environment and Fire Committees published a letter to the Secretary of State to understand how London can become more resilient for future flooding and rainfall events. The Environment Committee held its second meeting on air pollution, focusing on transport pollution, and the Housing Committee looked at methods to increase the supply of social housing in London through acquisition or conversion of existing homes and buildings, and published its letter to the Mayor following an investigation into overcrowding. Can I ask the Assembly to note the interests set out at item 2? Thank you. Do Assembly members have any other disclosable pecuniary interests which relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting, or any other relevant interests, including any declarations in relation to gifts and hospitality which are not reflected in the authority's register of gifts and hospitality? Can I ask the Assembly to approve the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 20th of January and the London Assembly plenary meeting held on the 26th of January to be signed by me as a correct record? Thank you. And now we move on to the main business. Further to Standing Order 6.4, this meeting will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's 2022 to 23 final draft consolidated budget proposals. We welcome the Mayor, who is accompanied by his Chief of Staff, David Bellamy, and the Executive Director of Resources, David Galley. I will begin by asking the Mayor to present his final draft budget proposals, focusing in particular on the changes to the budget proposals since they were last presented to the Assembly on the 26th of January 2022. The Assembly will then put questions to the Mayor
on the budget proposals for up to 2 hours, and finally we'll move on to debate and vote on those budget proposals. The Assembly's consideration of the final budget is covered by the budget procedures set out at Standing Order 6. Can I now ask the Mayor to present his final draft budget proposals? You have up to 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Before I begin, I just want to say my thoughts are with the people of Ukraine this morning. I know many Ukrainian Londoners will be extremely worried about their families and friends. This is a dark day in our history, with Russia launching an unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation, which will undoubtedly lead to terrible human suffering. Russia must be held accountable, and I urge the UK government to impose the hardest possible sanctions against all those linked to President Putin in London and across the country. Before I answer your questions about my final budget, I just want to take this opportunity to thank all Assembly members for their feedback. I am grateful for the contributions and representations you've made in this spirit over the last few months, and I do mean all parties. In particular, I want to thank Assembly members for working with me to find continued funding for the London Housing Panel. I know this is something Assembly Member Moima and Assembly Member Berry are incredibly passionate about, and I'm pleased that with their help and the support of panel members, we've been able to deliver it in this budget. I also want to thank the Labour Group for their vital work advocating on behalf of the victims of domestic abuse and violence against women and girls. Tackling this appalling form of violence is one of my top priorities, and I'm proud that we're continuing to allocate multi-million-pound sums to address this scourge, building on the record £60 million we've already invested to tackle violence against women and girls in our city. It's worth quickly, Chair, updating members on some of the most significant changes to the budget since our last draft in January. These include an additional £10 million to promote London to domestic and international tourists, helping to support the economic recovery of central London and get our city back on its feet. £90 million to help tackle the climate emergency, £48.5 million towards the cost of completing the Elizabeth line, and an extra £5 million to help councils address constraints impacting housing delivery across our city. We've also earmarked an extra £10 million in our budget for the Young People's Collaboration Reserve. And I want to thank members from the Green Party, along with the Labour Group, who have rightly long championed the importance of investing in young Londoners and the services they rely on. At this stage, I should add that there remains unprecedented uncertainty about our income for the current and previous financial years as we await government funding decisions. We're also still in the process of negotiating with the government over funding for TfL, as fair income continues to be substantially lower than before the pandemic. I repeat my call today for the government to finally deliver a sustainable long-term funding deal for TfL for the benefit of London and the whole country. In light of all of this, and the government only having provided a one-year funding settlement, we've taken a prudent approach to drawing up our final budget, ensuring that all the functional bodies can have confidence in the allocations made to them. I want to thank our finance teams for their hard work and excellent advice in such challenging circumstances. Finally, Chair, I want to end by reiterating what I said at the previous plenary session. Ultimately, this is a budget that will help us to kickstart London's economic recovery from the pandemic and build a better, fairer, greener, safer and more prosperous city. It will allow us to be tough on crime and its causes, bring down our emissions and clean up our air, build the affordable homes Londoners desperately need, address the inequalities and injustices exposed and exacerbated by this pandemic, and invest in the opportunities, skills training, services and infrastructure that all Londoners, regardless of background, need to be able to fulfil their potential. It's a budget I'm proud of and one I know will help our city come roaring back after the economic shock of this pandemic. I look forward, Chair, to discussing this in more detail and answering the Assembly's questions.
Thank you. The Assembly members will now put questions to the Mayor on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in order
in the order set out on the budget, in the budget document, starting with the Mayor's section of the budget. Questions are largely focused on seeking an update or clarification on matters relating to the final draft consolidated budget. The first question is from the Labour Group, and that's Assembly Member Ahmad to ask that.
Thank you, Chair. And could I add my sentiments with regard to the situation in Ukraine and the Ukrainian Londoners that we support? Mr Mayor, does London benefit from the government's Levelling Up Fund, which has been announced since your draft budget, and has this had an impact on your final budget?
Thank you for your question. So the government announced a Levelling Up Fund of just under £5 billion. And of that £4.8 billion, we received 3.8% for 6 projects. So, yes, of course, we've benefited, but not proportionate to either the size of our city and the needs of our citizens. You will be aware that London is, of all the regions in the UK, the most unequal. You'll also be aware we have some of the greatest levels of deprivation in our city, but also you'll be aware we've been hit particularly hard by this pandemic because we are a global city and there's been a collapse of tourism, and particularly international tourism. So although I'm grateful for receiving 3.8% of the total sums announced by the government, I don't think it's enough, and I'm hoping in future tranches the government realises you don't make our country more equal by making London poorer. The way you level up is to devolve powers and resources across our country, across all regions, which is the way to level up in a sensible way.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and that is very disappointing. Mr Mayor, your draft budget focused heavily on London's recovery and acknowledged that London's economy, as you have stated, is the engine of the UK economy. Yet we have high levels of deprivation here in the capital. How is your budget plugging the gaps where government funding is being redirected to wealthier areas of the UK?
Well, it's just worth thank you for that point in your question. It's worth reminding ourselves the reason why it's important to help deprived parts of our city, but also those Londoners who live often in deprived communities, is those communities and those Londoners are missing out on opportunities. Who knows how many of them, with the right support, could become fantastic entrepreneurs, wealth creators, employers, and so forth. So our budget is about doing a number of things, helping Londoners fulfil their potential, giving them the helping hand. But the priorities we have, building the work of the last 5 years, keeping Londoners safe, giving young Londoners more opportunities, building more genuinely affordable homes, making sure that we can help in our city's recovery post the pandemic, and also tackling the climate emergency as well. And what our budget seeks to do is to focus our priorities on those issues I've raised, recognising that working with the London family, councils, voluntary community sector, anchor institutions, the private sector and so forth, we now have 9 recovery missions to help us as we come out of this COVID pandemic.
Mr Mayor, we've seen recently that the Chancellor has had to write off billions of pounds of waste on COVID fraud, vanity and cronyism, given contracts to their friends for unusable PPE. How could this money have funded Londoners if it was spent properly?
Well, you saw a member of the government, a minister, resigning in disgust at this in the House of Lords. These are billions of pounds worth of taxpayers' money that has been wasted, that could have been used to address some of the issues, the challenges that I've talked about. The secondary point is the smell around this, the cronyism. Mates getting good deals and so forth doesn't do us who are politicians any favours, because the public assumes we're all at it. That's the other consequence of some of the fraud, vanity and cronyism that you talked about.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the government's Levelling Up white paper, it said that it wants pay, employment and productivity to have risen in every area of the UK by 2030. What support should the government provide to achieve this in London?
Well, I think a good example is in my opening comments, I talked about Transport for London. One of the ways you're going to get increased productivity across the country, including London, support with more employment and better pay, is by recognising that Transport for London, yes, the transport system in the capital city, benefits not just London, but the entire country. TfL supports, roughly speaking, 43,000 jobs across the country, because we haven't got the expertise, the engineers, the factories, other parts of the country think of our buses, our taxis, our bikes, our trains, and so forth. Every £1 we spend on capital for the underground, 55 pence goes to the rest of the country. So that's just one example of some of the support the government could give that would address their objectives set out in their white paper about levelling up. There are other examples in relation to skills. I think we should be devolved skills training for those between 16 and 19. Another example is in relation to housing. To address the demand in London, although we're grateful for the support the government's given us, it doesn't go anywhere near enough fixing the housing crisis. And there are other things I'm sure we'll discuss over the next 2 hours about additional support the government could give, recognising we're the capital city. Okay. And I think it's patriotic to support the capital city, but also makes economic sense as well.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm out of time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I remind Assembly members that we must keep to the sections, that we should drift off into one of the other sections, just because it's the Mayor of London section at the moment. Next is Assembly Member Bailey.
Morning, Mr Mayor. In your opening remarks, you talked about the money you're allocating to the Green Agenda, your £90 million. As part of that, you have a GLA Green Bond Scheme. How will this scheme be monitored to make sure that the schemes invested in deliver value for money?
Thank you. Good morning. So the final draft budget proposes £4 million to develop high-impact green investment opportunities for the public and private sector, £86 million to support the GLA Green Bond Programme, financing direct decarbonisation investment by the GLA Group and its strategic partners, and an additional £500,000 for 3 years to be allocated to the Environment and Energy Unit in the Good Growth Directorate. I bring in my Chief of Staff to explain the work he's doing across the GLA Group, and part of that work will be involved in monitoring the Green Bond Programme. And I know yesterday the Deputy Chief of Staff had a meeting with partners across London to discuss this very issue. David.
Absolutely. So we're, there are probably two keys to this, and we have a kind of pivotal convening role. On the one side is those who are putting forward the buildings and the other things that need the retrofit and to be decarbonised. And so, as the Mayor said, very productive meeting earlier this week with London councils on that. And obviously that relationship and building that pipeline is critical. And what then we would do with that for the Green Bond is put together a prospectus for investors. And what that prospectus will do is set out the schemes and the types of scheme that are going to benefit from this investment, in order to give the investors the assurance that they need in order to make that investment. And so it's the answer to your question is it's intrinsically tied up in the process around that prospectus.
But who will be looking at each project to make sure it's delivering, a return, it's delivering value for money? Will that be assessed in any way centrally?
Yeah, absolutely. As part of the deals that they obviously will have in place with each of the schemes. So some will be GLA Group buildings, some will be social housing, some will be other things that councils and ourselves have access to that need this investment. And it's really important that we do have that monitoring in there, because it's the savings in energy costs that will come from this investment that will pay back the capital sum. And so that's why it's really important that we do have a robust process about those things.
And do you, Mr Mayor, think there is a robust process around these things?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we can be confident about is we similarly had a land fund. And so the idea is for this to be a revolving door. So if you remember, a few years ago, we began a land fund. It started with, I think, £200 million, and it's increased because the money comes back as you release money to unlock construction programs. That money comes back because it's almost like a loan. Similarly, with the green bond, the idea very much is for this to be a revolving fund. As David said, when a prospectus is published and people come up with their schemes, we expect this money to come back. So over time, much of this funding will be repaid, and it creates this revolving fund which can support, we hope, a financing facility over the next decade, helping us, as David said, to unlock more finance for projects for which traditional commercial finance isn't available, and we're hoping to leverage in. I mentioned £86 million. We think we can leverage in almost £500 million using that £86 million and bring it back in to give out to more schemes in the future with more prospectuses.
Okay, and my final question, you've said that the fund will be repaid. Do you have any idea of over what period of time?
That will depend very much on the investments. So some schemes will repay in a matter of years. Others will be bigger schemes, such as replacing heating systems over an entire housing estate, and there it will probably, it may take more like 20 years. And so what the prospectus will set out is this blended approach with a combination of schemes that will pay back over different time periods. All of this learning from the accelerator programmes that we've run to date and the projects that are already running where the Mayor secured money from government in recognition of the effectiveness of our approach.
This scheme is definitely part of your doubling of the green economy in London. How big is that economy in London currently?
The figure is here, we'll give it to you in a second. The plan over the next 10 years to double the size of the economy and double the numbers of people working in this. I think circa 200,000 people work in the green economy. We want to double that. I've got the figure here. I'll find it for you shortly, but we know the size of the green economy. We know the numbers of people employed. We think we can double it over the next 10 years. And the good news is in Glasgow, the Chancellor announced his ambition for London to be the green financial capital of the world in relation to the LSE, London Stock Exchange, and so forth. But I can give you that number shortly.
Okay, I'll wait for that number, Chair. That's back to you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Mr Mayor, I'd like to start by thanking you for refunding the London Housing Panel in the final draft budget instead of letting that funding expire. As you know, I put forward a motion asking for this in September that was seconded by my Conservative colleague Andrew Boff, and it was supported by the Lib Dem group, and it was on this very topic asking for this. Now, you weren't entirely convinced by our motion, but I'm glad that our continued persistence from the whole Assembly eventually paid off, and I was very happy that your team was so willing to meet with us at the 11th hour last week, and so I wanted to put on record my appreciation and thanks for all the work that team did with us on that as well. So would you please pass on our thanks to that team? That is the question to begin with.
Well, and can I just say, Sean, Tom Copley is also very grateful for the collegiate way we worked together on this, and also the London Housing Panel. As somebody who chairs the London Housing Board, I know the contribution they make. I know Sam was also lobbying us, less publicly, hasten to add, but as aggressively. And I'm really pleased that Tom Copley's managed to deliver this, but thank you genuinely for that teamwork.
No worries. Thank you very much. I was also very pleased, and don't panic, not all our interventions today are going to be praise, but I was very pleased to see an extra £10 million in your final draft budget for the Young People's Collaboration Reserve. Now, again, you know, funding for youth programmes, young people, youth centres, they've often been in our amendments to budgets in the past. My colleague Caroline Russell asked your Chief of Staff about this at a previous budget meeting, and we were glad to hear there that the Young Londoners Fund was a priority for additional funding in the final budget. So we're happy with this, but I'd like to check if programmes and services that were supported by the Young Londoners Fund will be eligible to apply for this Young People's Collaboration Reserve. We know continuity of services is so important to young people, so I just want to check and confirm that will be the case.
Thank you. For those newer colleagues, you won't realise is we've been having this conversation for a number of years, and I'm grateful for your support on this issue, and I think Caroline has taken the baton in relation to raising this at Mayor's question time. So the good news is, because of the reasons I've set out in my opening, we had the additional money, and we've set aside £10 million for the Young Londoners Fund. The good news now is it won't just be us supporting young Londoners, because of the London Recovery Board and because of one of the 9 missions being particularly focused towards a new deal for young people. We think we can leverage in more money from other partners across London. And so nobody's excluded from applying, but there's more value added because of that. And what we're also trying to do, which we're learning from previous funding projects, avoiding duplication, avoiding the same group receiving funds from different organisations and other groups who need it not receiving it. So I'm hoping the better coordination will lead to better results for young Londoners. I can't say yet which groups will get money from which pot of money. What I can say is we're trying to pull it together, have a consistent, simple system with the objective that you and I both want, which is more Londoners given constructive things to do.
Okay, thank you. We'll keep monitoring that, and if we hear of any problems, we'll let you know. Thank you.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to return to the issue of the green bond, because this surely is not something that's just been developed since the draft budget, so we have not had the opportunity to scrutinise it in the way that one would expect. And it's not a financial decision the GLA is in the habit of making. I think the only comparable bond sold by the GLA was 600 million for Crossrail 11 years ago. So I just want to understand what assurances you've had about the financial probity of this decision.
Chair, I'll bring in the Chief of Staff to reassure the Assembly member who asked a legitimate question about this. It really is important. I think the better comparator, rather than the Crossrail comparator is a good one, is the land fund. Because that was also an innovative scheme from us in relation to using our monies to unlock, to batch fund, but then to get it back in relation to this. Some of the conversations we've been having over the last few weeks and months is a recognition that the normal routes of lending aren't available to many of those who need to, inverted commas, be retrofitting their buildings to the heat pumps, the district heating networks, and so forth. And so it's the fruits of those conversations that have led us to find an innovative way to support the private sector, by the way. We're not suggesting that all the funding will come from our green bond. In the grand scheme of things, £86 million isn't a huge sum. What it can do, though, is to lubricate other forms of lending. But I'll ask David just to reassure you in relation to the processes, but also some of the thinking that's gone on behind this.
So we've been looking at a green bond as an idea for a number of months now, and as the Assembly will know, we are doing work on the GLA Group's net zero strategy, and obviously a big part of that is the GLA Group's estate. And as part of that work, we've been the functional bodies have been building lists of buildings that would need it, and that all is being developed. So in that sense, that's something that's been going on. What is new is that the additional resources available to the Mayor enable us to solve a problem, which is that if you're to retrofit a building, for instance, then you need to pay for that, but then that money needs to be repaid, obviously, because it's borrowed. But you don't get the savings from the retrofit until that work is done. And so what the revenue funding allows us to do is to be able to cover the costs of the borrowing while the works are taking place. And so, that essentially just means that we can make the bonds that we will issue go further than otherwise would have been the case, and will give us more flexibility and options. What's important to understand is that obviously this is an announcement about the revenue funding in the budget, but we were going through, as I touched on to Assembly Member Bailey, the proper process in terms of developing the prospectus, and unless the prospectus has that solidity, people won't take it up, and that should give us reassurance.
Thank you. It'd be good to see some of that detailed work behind this, just to assure us all. Thank you.
Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair. So my question to you is, how does your final budget level up London's housing, and how does this compare to what the government's levelling up white paper does for housing supply in the capital?
Thank you. So in relation to my final budget, first, before I get to the levelling up agenda, so we've announced in the last few days, as a consequence of the additional revenues, a change from the draft budget, which is £5 million support to councils in relation to, we know the constraints they have, that's impacting their housing delivery. We also know the constraints they have in relation to the right to buyback scheme. And so the £5 million is supporting London councils in relation to levelling up housing provision in our city. And separately, we've put aside some money to implement the recommendations from the Kerslake review in relation to housing delivery. So that's a good example of a considerable amount of money from City Hall to support levelling up of housing in London. You know that supply is nowhere near matching demand, which is why we've got housing that's incredibly unaffordable and so forth. In relation to the levelling up fund, the criteria in the first tranche were around local transport, town centres, high streets, and culture and heritage. They weren't directly applicable to housing. We're waiting to see what the criteria is for the second tranche, and I think the good news is the Secretary of State in this department understands the chronic need for investment in housing in London. In fact, he's moved in relation to some of the issues around cladding. So when the next tranches are announced, if it's housing, we would expect to see significant more sums than 3.8% for London.
Okay. Thank you. I'd really be interested to see if we get the extra £7 billion a year. That remains to be seen. But we had yesterday at the Housing Committee a really interesting session around non-construction methods, and some of that was around what monies could be used to buy back, right to buy back, that sort of thing, which I know we have in place. And that doesn't obviously substitute the Affordable Homes Programme, but it's part of meeting housing need. So I just wanted to ask you that whilst the AHP is making good progress in remedying the housing crisis, do you think that the Levelling Up White Paper either could go further or is a missed opportunity to support the capital to make sure that we can continue to proceed?
Well, the reality is, it's just the way it is. We are the capital city, and so people will come to the capital city from across the country. Fewer people will come from across the European Union for obvious reasons, but across the country, people will come to London. Unfortunately, the cost of living in London makes it really difficult when they do arrive, and it does lead to some unscrupulous landlords taking advantage of tenants with exorbitant rents, bad quality housing, and so forth. So what we need to do is diversify the supply of homes and make sure they aren't just market value luxury homes that are bought by Russian oligarchs and left empty, but also homes that are genuinely affordable for Londoners to be able to afford to live in, and those new arrivals to our city. So we continue to lobby the government in relation to more financial support. We are grateful for the support we get from the government, but it's nowhere near meeting the needs of our cities. So we're hoping, whether it's a Levelling Up Fund, whether it's a UK Shared Prosperity Fund, whether it's other support that we receive support from the government to address this chronic need. Some source of optimism is we've submitted now the strategic outline business case to the government for OPDC. We are speaking to the government on a regular basis in relation to not only the land they own on the OPDC site, but also funding as well. So we're having these conversations, and I think there are some people in government who get it, and it's just trying to persuade them to, giving them the tools to persuade other colleagues in the government to understand the needs of our city.
And my final question, Mayor Khan, is we are really hopeful that the ban on Section 21 will come in the next few months. What impact would its abolition have on your budget?
Well, it'll have a huge impact on Londoners. The two big issues those living in private rented housing face is, one is security of tenure, not knowing how long they'll be living there, so they can't put the roots down with their family, their children. They can move every year because of the end of their tenancy, the rents go up, they've got to uproot. Second is affordability. Rents going up, the cost of private rented housing, and so forth. So the end of Section 21 is great news in relation to security, because you won't have landlords for no good reason evicting people, kicking them out, just so they can raise the rents. What it doesn't do is address the issue of affordability. And so in the very short term, the government could say for the next 2 years they won't allow people to raise rents. In the medium to long term, they could give us the powers other cities have in relation to rent control. It's really important to make housing in London more affordable, although we should welcome the success in our lobbying in persuading the government to get rid of Section 21 no-fault evictions.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to echo your thoughts about Ukraine, and I think we have to face the fact that things are going to be very difficult. And one of my friends sent me a message this morning saying that his partner, who's Ukrainian, is in Odessa, and I'm hoping that she and her children are going to be safe. I'd just like to come back to the green bonds. I was very excited to see the announcement about the additional 90 million, as I'm sure you would expect me to say. One of the things that since 2016 you took on funding was replacing the money that the government cut from the Urban Community Energy Fund. And we have an actually existing example of where money has gone in. Crowdfunders have raised additional money from investors, and then the reduction in the energy bills from those community energy projects has then been used to pay the investors. And I myself have invested in such a project on a building for heat pumps, actually, in Wandsworth, so in a building, but also on a building. And there is some talk about the idea of putting solar to bring the low energy that you need to get the heat pumps going, maybe to think more about using the River Thames and other rivers, for example, the Wandle in my backyard, maybe the Lee for hydro. And indeed, there was a project for Ham Hydro that raised £750,000, but was then killed off by some NIMBYs who obviously thought hydro would be very noisy. Can you tell me whether or not the fund is going to be able to include funding some of the community energy projects that I think will lever money in from local investors, from the local community, who will then have a lot of buy-in, I think, not just the more commercial investors who I hope will come in as well?
Before I bring in David Bellamy, the Chief of Staff, to give you the details of some of the conversations we've had, it's only right that I put on record my thanks to you for your lobbying, your persistent lobbying in relation to green bonds, and I appreciate the experience that you have from speaking to colleagues around the globe in relation to the difference green bonds have made there. That was a factor in relation to some of my thinking and development of my thinking, but there is some good news in relation to your question, which I'll let David Bellamy respond to. Yeah, so, I mean, what we're absolutely looking to do is build a pipeline of schemes. And what's really important, for this bond to work is that we have, we have the ability to reliably capture the repayments in order, and confidence for the investors that will definitely happen, and that's why through GLA Group or through local authorities, you have that certainty, because ultimately, if it's a local authority-owned building or a GLA Group-owned building, the investor knows that they're good for the repayment, even were the savings on energy bills not to be quite as big as anticipated. So, looking at other things, whether it's community schemes, whether it's private individuals, etc., is really part of the next challenge about how we go from just doing things that are in the public sector to that wider approach. And so we're very interested in conversations about that and how we can build that in. That's why, like I say, the discussion's going on with London councils, who are very interested in trying to take a blended place-based approach to investment in retrofit, and so that could very well align with what you're doing. And also, we're setting aside some of the 90 million towards the work we need to do to create investable products to get even more money in from the private sector, which they say, ultimately to solve this problem we will need government help, but we know it's not simply about decarbonising the public sector's estate, it's about decarbonising all of London.
No, it's absolutely critical to get the office buildings included in that decarbonisation as well, and getting that confidence for the commercial investors, so using the example of community energy. But I just wondered, Mr Mayor, whether there's also any learning from abroad, particularly from the C40 Cities group, who've been doing this kind of thing, and are we able to access that learning to give that confidence to investors in this country? We're a bit behind, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. When you speak to colleagues in Oslo in particular, but Stockholm, other parts of Scandinavia and Europe, real progress made in relation to this area. And you're right, by the way, about the ambition of ordinary Londoners. So in other cities, what their regional and national leaders have done is sort of use the pressure from people to try and make these changes, and there is pressure from Londoners. That's why we think this will be a popular scheme. We need to make sure there's a scheme to pay back in relation to the bond. What nobody wants is the green bond not to give people confidence, but we're also trying to leverage in money from the private sector. Another experience we've had speaking to colleagues on C40, and there are 97 cities, is how they've managed to get the private sector involved as well. So it's having the right policies, having support from citizens, but also private sector institutions as well. And I think the conversations we've had are really, really positive, and so watch this space.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who did I say was next? Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask you about the planned programmes that will be supported by the extra £10 million that you've allocated to the Good Growth Mission in the 22-23 budget. So, as you know, the Assembly Health Committee published an extensive report on the state of London's toilets. And while I welcome your support for toilet provision so far, as yet, it seems that between national and local government, there's neither the will nor the resources to bring back, one of our most fundamental facilities, and that's a decent, free public toilet. So this is where you come in, Mr. Mayor. Your Good Growth Fund has already run a programme of toilet improvements, which is great. But as this extra £10 million is for promotion of tourism, wouldn't it be worth investing some of it in making sure our international and domestic tourists have somewhere to go to the loo?
Thank you, Chair. So the £10 million is about promoting our city. £7 million will go towards international tourism, £2 million towards those tourists across the UK, and £1 million to encouraging Londoners to come towards the centre more. By the way, the money we spent for Let's Do London, we got a rate of return of 18 versus 1, which shows what a successful campaign it was. But we are doing work in relation to this important issue around improving London's loos. You're right to remind all of us about the investment we've given in the Good Growth Fund to create or refurbish more than 250 toilets across our city. Also, what we've done is to make sure all the toilets on London Overground, on Transport for London Rail, and London Underground are now free for people to use. And the good news is, you spoke about this last time, and I went away, and we're in detailed conversations with partners from local authorities, business improvement districts, businesses and retailers to coordinate more activity in this area for them to make sure their toilets are available free of charge, and to see what we can do in relation to current schemes, but also new schemes, to make sure there's more provision of toilets. But that £10 million, I don't apologise, is set aside for tourism and encouraging people to come back to our city centre. And I'd remind colleagues, we've lost more than £10.5 billion in 1 year because of the collapse of tourism.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to pause you because I was really keen to hear about new toilets, and I'm kind of need to call a halt to this bit now. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Recent City Hall analysis has shown illegal levels of air pollution around every hospital, medical centre and care home in London. This seems rather ironic that patients who are unwell go to these institutions, so these places to get better, and that's where our heroic NHS staff work. How are you tackling on head-on through your final budget about improving air quality in London?
Thank you for your question. So just worth reminding colleagues that according to the national guidelines around air pollution, so the national guidance and legal requirements around both nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter, most of our health centres, hospitals, care homes, 5 years ago were in areas that breached the national requirements. The good news is, because of our policies, ultra-low emission zone compliant buses, so forth, more than 90% are now within the national limits. But the World Health Organization, because they've recognised the increased dangers of air pollution, have actually got a guidance that is more stringent than the government's. And according to the WHO guidance, nearly all of our medical centres, hospitals and care homes are in areas in breach of the WHO guidance. And that's one of the reasons, Dr. Sahota, why I announced a few weeks ago that I've asked TfL to look into further schemes that will address the issue of air pollution in our city, as well as climate change and cutting congestion. In the budget that I've set out today, there is an additional £90 million in this area. Some of the benefits of tackling the climate emergency is reducing air pollution as well as cutting congestion. So they are linked, but you're right to remind us of the consequences of us not doing anything, which are serious for those patients that you and your colleagues treat, as well as for our city.
Great, thank you. And what additional support do you need from the government to clamp down on illegal levels of air pollution outside London's health setting? Well, how can the government help you achieve more for Londoners?
Well, two simple things the government could do, just two, I could name at least seven. One is give us a decent long-term capital deal for TfL. We need far more electric buses. We need to make sure that we're doing what we can to reduce air pollution coming from vehicles, really important. The second thing they could do is support us financially in relation to a scrappage scheme. We know many Londoners would love to get rid of their polluting vehicle, but they need support. We haven't got any more money from TfL to give in the scrappage scheme. Assistance from the government would give people the help they need in relation to getting rid of a polluting vehicle. There are other things the government can do in relation to supporting us to decarbonise our economy, financial support in relation to retrofit, and so forth. But those are the two obvious things they could do straight away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, we were really pleased to see your budget has allocated £500,000 per annum for 3 years for the development of new initiatives to support your net zero and air quality objectives. Does this mean that we now see a properly funded public information campaign about the dangers of wood-burning stoves, which is one of the largest polluters of particulate matter in the capital?
Well, Chair, one of the things we're seeking to do, we seek to sort to this in the Environment Act, and we're still lobbying the government, is to provide clarity in this area. You'll be aware that the responsibility doesn't lie with us, it lies with local authorities, many of whom have been starved of resources over the last 11 years, so haven't got the officers to enforce or to provide the literature. So we're working with London councils as part of the London Recovery Board to see what we can do together in relation to public education, so Londoners know what is good fuel to burn and what is bad fuel to burn. Many Londoners who've got old wood-burning devices in their gardens aren't aware, for example, of the consequences of wet wood. So we're working with local authorities in relation to what we can do. We're also working with the private sector in relation to what we can do. We've not set out the details yet in relation to some of the funding I've been able to announce today. I've explained where the £86 million is going with the green bonds, and I've explained where some of the £4 million is going. But I'm sure we'll see, as a consequence of the good work on the London Recovery Board, co-chaired by the Chair of London Councils, some examples of teamwork, and I think this is an example where there should be better teamwork between us, with the government and the private sector as well.
It'll be great to see you speaking more about it personally too. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Best now, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You'll obviously be as aware as I am and other Assembly members about the effects the pandemic has had on Londoners' mental health. We expect to see an 11% increase in those accessing services in London. And that will be 2 million Londoners in total, we would expect, over the next months and years to be accessing mental health services. In the 2022 to 23 plan, you'd initially allocated 1.5 million into the mental health budget, and that's now been reallocated. So there's a GLA input of 0.7 million, so that's been halved, and I understand that has been replaced mainly by external funding. But I just wanted some reassurance about why that money's been reallocated, what the reasoning behind that is, and how you are making sure we prioritise Londoners' mental health.
Can I thank you for that question and the issue and the way you raised it. One of the reasons why I've spoken about the consequences of the pandemic on my mental health is to get rid of the stigma. I know some of this Assembly have been critical of me in relation to me talking about it, but I think it's important to show leadership in this area. That's why one of the reasons why I've talked about this. So the money we spend on mental health isn't just us spending money on mental health. It's also the NHS, local authorities, the private sector, and so forth. We have a health inequality strategy which deals with a number of issues. One of the things we've managed to do as a consequence of the working on the London Recovery Board, but also the relationship built up with the NHS, is to leverage in money from the NHS on this important area. So I want to reassure you that the monies that have been spent on this aren't just the monies from City Hall, the great work we're doing with Council on Thrive London, the great work we're doing on City Hall in relation to mental health first aid training, in relation to good work practice and so forth, but it was also in relation to leveraging in not just the goodwill, but monies from the private sector, local authorities, the NHS, and indeed you've now got, never happened before, the London Fire Brigade, the Met Police Service, talking openly about the importance of this stuff, so don't also underestimate the amount of work taking place within those GLA functional bodies on this issue. But I'm more than happy to give a more detailed response in writing to the member to reassure her, because it really is important that she's reassured that we're doing everything we can, but we're always happy to have new ideas. You may have, ideas about what more we can do, myth busting and so forth. Some of it doesn't cost much money. Some of it just is comms, but more than happy to listen to ideas you've got.
Yeah. There was a reallocation within the different health budgets within the GLA Mayor budget, and so some money has moved from one of the missions towards another and towards the foundation, but my understanding is that the total money there hasn't changed at all. Also, Chair, while I've got the microphone, to answer Assembly Member Bailey's question, London's low carbon and environmental goods and services sector is worth £40 billion in sales and employs nearly 250,000 people.
Thank you. And I would just appreciate, perhaps after this meeting, just some more details on the reasoning behind the reallocation and what that looks to achieve, but we can take that offline.
Thank you very much. There being no other questions on this section, let's now move to the London Assembly selection as section of the borough of the budget. Does anybody wish to speak on that? Silence for the most important heading. There we go. Assembly Member Devonish. Apologies.
I have to ask this question to the Mayor. When will we finally move into this building, please? Have you got a date?
There's not a matter for the Assembly budget, because obviously it comes out of the GLA Mayor budget that we were just talking about, but the Chief Officer has yet to confirm a date.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anything else on the London Assembly section? If not, I'll move on now to the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, and the Assembly Member Russell will ask the lead-off question.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask about the recruitment of new police officers, and specifically if the Met are engaging in proactive headhunting. I ask this because the Met has promised, and I quote, an increase to the number of investigators within the Professional Standards Department and an urgent dip sample of cases from the last 10 years where sexual misconduct and domestic abuse allegations have been made and those accused remain in the Met. Now, following these investigations, I would expect to see some people removed from the Met. So does MOPAC have the budget to recruit not just additional officers, but also replacement officers? And are you apportioning funds for specialist recruitment to employ more officers from minority ethnic backgrounds and more women?
Happy to answer that, Assembly Member. I mean, obviously what the Met budget allows is not just for the recruitment of additional police officers, but also for the replacement of police officers who leave for whatever reason, whether that's retirement, transfers out, dismissal, whatever it may be. So in that sense, the estimates are built in, and there's flexibility in the approach to training to allow that to happen. So that should that should give you some reassurance about that. I'm sorry, the other part of your question I forgot.
So I asked about whether you have the budget to recruit additional, and whether you're apportioning funds for recruiting minority ethnic and more people and more women.
So the Met has very much increased its focus on diversity in recruitment in terms of how it seeks to engage with the communities in London and talk to people, and how it promotes. They have had, I don't think I've got the figures in front of me, but they have had some notable success in increasing the proportion of new officers from ethnic minority backgrounds as well as women, which is welcome. But obviously, we want to see that progress not only continue but step up, because it's very vital for all the reasons you well know.
And can I also ask, are you headhunting to re-recruit officers who may have left the Met because of a toxic workplace culture?
So re-recruitment is something that is always looked at. We have had a conversation. I think, there's a growing recognition that whereas perhaps policing was a job for life, you did it for 30 years, with people much more moving careers, you will see people who come into the Met and then move out, and it's about how you get them to come back and get the benefit of that experience. So we have absolutely been having discussions about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, my question is about trust and confidence about standards and culture within the Metropolitan Police and budgetary implications. And I know the answer given by David Bellamy to Assemblymember Russell, but I still will put this question to you. Given the scale of the issues highlighted over the last year regarding the institutional culture within the Met, will you be committing funding from your final budget towards rectifying this issue over the next financial year?
So first of all, unlike others, I accept there is a problem in the Met Police Service. I also think it's intrinsic to policing by consent for the public to have trust and confidence in the police service. That's why it's so important to, on the one hand, of course, recognise we've got tens of thousands of dedicated, decent, brave officers, but also to recognise that there are issues of cultural issues in the police service that need addressing. So in this budget, we've set aside money to deliver on the action plan that was born about from the brilliant work done by Dr. Debbie Weeks-Bernard and Sophie Linden, two deputy mayors, going to communities, listening to communities about the things we need to do, and it was backed up by our expert views about what needs to be done to increase trust and confidence. So in terms of budgetary terms, there's £3 million for the development and implementation of community-led training of our officers. There's £0.9 million for community outreach. There's £1.2 million for the Career Development Service, which aims to increase the number of Black, Asian, minority ethnic applicants for promotions to sergeant and inspector ranks. I've signed off the budget for Dame Louise Casey to do some really important work reviewing the standards and culture inside the Met Police Service. And we've also, of course, expanded the public attitudes survey so more people are spoken to when that survey is prepared.
Thank you. So my next question, Mr. Mayor, is what are the top credentials you will be looking for in a new Metropolitan Police Commissioner in order to help deliver upon this year's budget priority of keeping Londoners safe?
Can I ask whether or not this is relevant to the budget?
It is. It's in the context of delivering this year's budget. And clearly you need someone who can deliver the budget, the mayor's budget.
Okay.
So it's a very appropriate question, Mr. Mayor.
So it is really important that when the Home Secretary appoints the new Commissioner, she has due regard to my views. I've made clear my views in relation to the issue of Commissioner's responsibility. It's really important for those views to be addressed. I've got to put on record, though, my thanks to the current Commissioner's work in relation to budget issues, in relation to being an advocate with me for more resources from the government. That's an important part of being the Commissioner, not only to make sure the books are balanced, not only to make sure we get value for money, not only to make sure we can make efficiency savings in a way that doesn't affect frontline policing, not only to be an advocate and lobby for more resources, but also to understand some of the unique challenges being the Commissioner of the Police Service poses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my final question is this. Sir Michael Barber is chairing a strategic review into policing in England and Wales. Yesterday, he spoke to the Centre for Policy Studies. His report is coming out in 2 weeks' time with something like 54 recommendations. But yesterday, amongst other things, in comments that can be seen as questioning government police cuts, he had this to say: the blue line is stretched too far, and we need more police with a laser focus on the crime challenges of today. What are your views?
Yes, so the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime has been sitting on the advisory board of the work being undertaken by Michael Barber. I've not actually read the full report myself, but from the summary you've read, I agree with him.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask about the VRU, if I may. So we know, particularly based on the work that's happened in Glasgow, that how those can be very effective. Obviously what we're seeing in the budget is more money going towards that initiative, but there has been a long-running discussion on the Police and Crime Committee about the difficulty in establishing whether the money going in is actually delivering the outcomes that we all want to see. So I'd like to ask what new measures we can expect to make sure that the money going in to reducing the violence across London is actually delivering that result.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the question is a really profound one in relation to what you attribute to fewer younger people picking up a knife, fewer young people getting hurt by a knife, fewer people being involved in gun crime and so forth. Is it suppressing the violence by more police officers? Is it young people being diverted away, given constructive things to do? Is it a mentor? Is it whatever? It is difficult, and I speak to experts all the time, not just criminologists, but others in relation to cause and effect. What we're clear about is a public health approach, which is what the VRU is ostensibly about. It needs to be at a young age be supporting young people. And the good news is that the Home Secretary's got confidence in what we're doing, because she's announced, and I'm really grateful, 3 years worth of funding for the VRU. And the last time I spoke to her in person, we mentioned the good work being done. The thing that we do know makes a difference, and we all agree on, is hyper-local, and that's where the VRU is really going to help Senator Garrett. So we now know, just using last year's horrific teenage homicide figures, 30 teenage homicides, we can pinpoint where those homicides took place. So what we're now doing is using the additional fund money from City Hall going to the VRU through MOPAC, is make sure there are intense activities in those hyper-local areas. So they're not just boroughs or wards, they're within those areas, because we think supporting those areas will lead to less youth violence and less teenage homicides. But I'm not going to pretend that one particular thing can be used as the example why youth violence is going down or knife crime injury is going down. There's a number of factors, but it is a public health approach. It's now generally agreed.
Well, I think you described the process, and I think there's, as far as I know, cross-party agreement on the general approach. I think the question is, when you look at individual projects, how do we know whether they're working? Because obviously if we're spending money which we know is scarce on things that aren't working, that could be diverted into something that is working and deliver an outcome. So what are the outcomes that we're really... I mean, clearly the outcome we're looking for is less youth violence, fewer youth murders. Do we have sort of milestone measures to check that we're going in the right direction?
Yeah, beg your pardon. So within the VRU, and I know the directors discussed this at an oversight committee, there are metrics in relation to the qualitative work individual projects are doing. So roughly speaking, there are 126 projects funded by the VRU. Within those individual projects, there's qualitative data and metrics that's used to assess the success of a project. So it's not simply Project ACE or 20 kids. It's what you're doing with the 20 children, what are the outputs and so forth. A good example would be a project I know about in relation to those in danger of being excluded. You help X number of children in danger of being excluded. How many were not how many stayed in school and weren't excluded? So, but I'm sure we can ask the director of VRU to come back to whatever committee, whether it's PCC or oversight, to give you some examples of the metrics within each project that's funded, but also on a macro level in relation to some of the metrics the VRU are looking into. I just remind you, on top of that, there's some of the work Caroline talked about in relation to the Young Londoners Fund work as well, and there's clearly an overlap there.
I think the challenge that we see is that the information that we get is at a very high level, the sort of the result of that process you've just described there, and the more detailed information doesn't seem to come to us. So can we...
Chair, I'm really happy to speak to the director today, VRU Director today, Lynn Peck, about which is the relevant committee. I'm happy, I don't mind whether it's PCC or oversight. I'm guided by you, Chair. But why don't I get my office, why don't I get Lynn Peck to speak to Senator Garrett offline with his advice about which is the right committee to go to as well, because I'm really keen to share the data we have. We are data rich, because one of the things we learned from Glasgow was the data matters, for the reasons you know, but we've got the information and we want to share it.
That's very kind. I'll take you up on that offer, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. If you could address that to me, and then that would be better. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. At our discussion at the budget plenary last month, you said that you'd hoped to have a copy of the Met Police estate strategy this month. I'm just wondering, has that materialised yet?
I want to pass over to the Chief of Staff in a moment because there are a couple of complications in relation to the draft estate strategy. One to do with the zero carbon policies and one to do with Lord Kerslake. But I'll let the Chief of Staff respond to your point directly.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much more I have to add, but the estate strategy is substantively there in terms of the policing side of things. The commitment to 24-hour, 7-day-a-week front counter in every borough is there, as is the commitment that dedicated ward officers will be able to start and end their shifts somewhere within 20-minute journey time of their ward. So those absolutely are still there. The work that's going on at the moment to finalise it is, number one, in terms of the Kerslake review. We've now received Lord Kerslake's final report, and so any changes to the estate strategy arising from that are being dealt with. And then number two, as discussed earlier in the meeting, is the work on net zero on the estate. And it's that at the moment that is holding us up from getting the estate strategy out.
Thank you. And are you able to commit to a timeline for publication of this strategy? I'm directing that, Mr. Mayor, at you, if that's okay.
I'm nervous now, bearing in mind what I said at the last hearing, and I'm disappointed not to be able to give it to you this month. Again, do we know roughly when we think we could have it?
I mean, obviously we'd like. I mean, we won't like to get it out there. I can't promise that we'll get there before the pre-election period because it depends on the net zero work.
The cynic in me perhaps expected that response. I think residents are aware of that there's potential risk to local police officers in their communities. And police officers as well, who I've spoken to, are worried about this too. What kind of assurances can you give to residents that there won't be an impact on local policing in their communities?
Well, that just runs from what I said before, that the tenets of the current strategy are, front office counter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in every borough, and the provision for dedicated ward officers will absolutely remain in place. What is very important to understand is that the way the Met works is that they respond to incidents by response teams who are out on the road, and the programme that we've gone through in recent years in terms of equipping officers with mobile devices enables them to do that effectively and reduces the time that they have to spend going backwards and forwards to base. What the estate strategy is also about, which is really important, is the condition of the Met's estate, and ensuring that we don't have buildings that have leaks and that are really kind of 1950s, 1960s quality. And if to points earlier, if we want to attract people into the Met, part of the deal has to be that they've got good equipment but also good facilities when they are in the office. And with there being no dedicated capital funding from the government, a strategic approach which says, let's focus on the buildings we genuinely need, let's get them in a good condition, let's keep our running costs down so that we can invest in frontline policing, is the necessary approach.
Thank you. I think certainly my residents will be disappointed that there isn't greater certainty around this. We've been expecting this strategy for some months, so there will be disappointment. But thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Mayor. Your budget shows continual funding gaps caused because if you continue to retain a target rather than an actual figure for police officers. Are you going to start stopping this ridiculous assumption when you know you're not going to get that many police officers and the funding? Because all it's doing is causing budget gaps.
Chair, just worth me just answering that question with the question, how does a member know we're getting no more officers?
Because you know you've asked for far more than there are. There are 8,000, I think there's 8,000 left to be given out amongst the whole country. We all know that. You asked, first of all, the Commissioner, because I was in the meeting, was saying that you wanted 5. You were hoping for 5. Then suddenly the miraculous figure of 6 came up, and you've stuck to that in your budget. So let's concentrate just on the budget. It's daft to continually be showing up funding gaps when you know you're not going to get those officers.
Is the member aware of the outcome of the funding review taking place in the police service?
The member is aware of the funding gaps in the budget, and when I brought them up in the MOPAC pre-budget meetings, no answer could be given because they wanted to just keep to that actual number.
So, Chair, doing what the Assembly member asks and focusing on the budget, Part 2 budget document, the page number 68, which sets out the objective analysis of the MOPAC budget, functional body's budget, sets out very clearly the non-structural gap, which is no gap for 22-23 because we've accepted the number of officers the government are funding, but then shows what that gap is quite clearly in terms of if we were to go to 6,000 officers. So if you want to take the assumption that as a result of the funding review of policing, the government is going to make no changes at all to the funding we receive, then you just subtract that figure, 81.6 million in 23-24 and 117.6 in 24-25 from the overall budget. So it's very transparently set out.
Well, that's not what we were being told in the MOPAC briefing. Because of time, I'll leave it at that and I'll take it up separately. Thank you.
Assembly Member Duval.
Well, thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor, is it right now that we are funding a greater proportion of our policing in London than what the government is giving us now in terms of some of the investment that you've done? And thank you for the investment that you've put into my town centre teams in both Greenwich and Lewisham, because they're much appreciated and they will make a difference on the ground.
Absolutely. And if you compare and contrast the funding we received from the central government in 2010 to now, it's cuts for the last 11 years. Hardly a government that's in favour of law and order, hardly a government that's pro-policing. We've replaced a lot of that funding cut from central government. You mentioned the town centre teams, which are fantastic. There's the violent suppression units, which are fantastic. We funded from City Hall. By the way, business rates and council tax, more than 1,300 officers. But you'll remember that actually we're still suffering the consequences of those years where the previous mayor didn't raise the police precept to the levels that the government allowed them to do. So circa each year, we lose. I'll let the executive director come in because he's not spoken yet. We have a figure every year for the numbers of monies we're losing because of decisions made from the previous year, which is roughly speaking, David.
So originally the figure was 33 million back in 2016-17, but of course because that becomes the new base, that then becomes a loss every year. So if you multiply up that from 2016-17 to this year, then you're looking at 5 times that 33 million.
So in addition to us being 150, 160 million pounds less off because of the previous mayor, my policies, which is increasing the council tax precept to the maximum allowed, using business rates money, has led to us receiving funding of north of, David, sorry, I'm going to ask you again in relation to how much more money because of us.
I mean, it's the order of 150 million over the period since 2016-17.
That's an interesting gap in a number of police officers. So in that sense, I'm not just being cheated because of loss of grant by some previous mayoral incumbent who made the wrong decision. on my behalf as a Londoner, I'm also being cheated on terms of figures of police officers. So I think the government promised us, or didn't, we calculated if they were treating us fairly, is it 6,000 police officers, but they're not giving us that. But actually, the Conservatives fought the last mayoral election on a promise of 8,000 officers. And presumably, if they'd won, they would have delivered that. The fact that the public wasn't taken in by it, we don't get it. So we cheated again by the number of police officers that the government does in this budget that should have been on the table for us.
Well, I think we'll both understand why, if the Conservative Tory candidate to be mayor doesn't speak during this part of the budget meeting, we'll understand why he doesn't. He's probably using his right to remain silent when it comes to issues of policing and crime. But let's be clear. Since 2010, 21,000 officers have been cut across our country. The promise made by Johnson and Patel is for 20,000 over 3 years. It doesn't even take us back to where we were in 2010, but in London, even though we may have, because of our funding and some from the government, a similar number of officers compared to 2010, our population has grown by 1.4 million. So we may have, over the course of the next year, the same number of officers, but our population has grown, crime has become more complex. And unlike the Conservatives, who are giving up, they are giving up on trying to get more officers, we're not going to give up.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish.
Mr Mayor, good morning. The Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea is working with MOPAC to hopefully save Notting Hill Police Station for community use rather than just another large private development in my borough. Will we hear any news on the outcome before Purdah, please?
Well, Chair, I know the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea has very good relations with private developers. Some would say they're in their pockets. As far as the relevant police station is concerned, one of the things we did is to keep a community centre open there, particularly because of the concerns of the community post-Grenfell. I haven't got the details in relation to the community centre's timelines, but I'm more than happy to ask the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime, Sophie Linnan, to contact the Assembly member to give him an update on where we are with the community centre.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I'll be guided by the Assembly. Do you want a 5-minute break? Yeah, let's have nobody's saying no, so 5-minute break if we can get back here for 11:22. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next group of questions is about the London Fire Commissioner, and the lead-off question will be asked by Assembly Member Bukhari.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, I understand that the London Fire Brigade currently has an establishment for 200 inspecting officers, and that grant funding will allow them to recruit 30 extra, but only for 2 to 3 years. With the scale of the building safety crisis in London and the Fire Safety Act, the London Fire Brigade urgently needs additional baseline funding to allow for these 30 extra inspecting officers to be made permanent. Now, will you look again at your budget and ensure this money is given to the LFB, because this is ultimately about London safety?
Well, Chair, I'm not sure if the member's aware, but we spend £27 million more on the London Fire Brigade than the government advises we should spend. So over and above the baseline figure, the government advises we spend £27 million. And we've, each year, since I've been Mayor, been investing more in the fire service, because I recognise the importance they have in our city, particularly after the last 8 years where they had cuts to stations, appliances and firefighters. The awful fire at Grenfell in 2017 added additional complications in relation to the work of the London Fire Service because they could have less confidence in the built environment. So the inverted commas stay put advice was no longer applicable. And the London Fire Brigade have recently undertaken an inspection of buildings across London, and there's more than 1,000 that require additional safety measures, and the member will be aware of the 12,000 tall buildings across the country, more than 8,000 are in London. So what we've done from City Hall is, on top of the additional monies we've given to the fire service from the 1.99% increase in council tax this year and over previous years, used a budget flexibility reserve to support the fire service. So what we're able to confirm is that we have fire safety specialist officers employed now by the fire service. They will include, though, your question didn't quite do justice to the inspection officers. So we've going to retain staff in this training that they need. Different staff groups will be able to have fire safety training, and that will increase the number of help given. We're also going to provide training opportunities through a recognised Level 3-1 course for operational members of staff to increase their awareness and understanding of fire safety. The Fire Brigade have created the London Fire Brigade have created the Centre for Learning and Excellence, where all new fire safety advisors will receive their relevant training. We've been able to employ an additional 36 officers from money from the Home Office, which is time limited. We'll continue to lobby the Home Office for long-term funding. It's got to be not just for 1 year or two, it's got to be going forward, because I'm afraid the role of inspection is going to continue to be important, particularly with the new Building Safety Bill and the Fire Safety Act.
Thank you. I do hope the lobbying is effective, because this is coming straight from the London Fire Brigade and there is a real need here for those inspecting officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. What additional financial pressures are facing the London Fire Brigade this year? And how does your final budget ensure that, despite a lack of additional support from the government, Londoners remain safe?
Yeah, thank you for your question and recognition of the challenges that the Fire Brigade firefighters face, but also the additional pressures that brings on finances, which we're trying to support through City Hall. The big issue that no one's talked about recently in MQTs and plenaries is that the work firefighters do in relation to the threat of a marauding terrorist attack. And you'll be aware, you'll remember, in 2017, on a number of occasions, fire engines turned up on the scene very, very quickly. And there's a recognition of the role they play. So we're looking into what support we can give firefighters to be remunerated for the additional marauding terrorist attack capability. There's also work in relation to the transformation in people services, the transformation work taking place. There's also an important piece of work in relation to their IT. ICT is really, really important. And the other pressure we're facing, of course, is the national insurance hike from April. The LFB is an employer. we'll have to find ways to pay that as well. But that just gives you a flavour, on top, of course, of the question raised by Senator Member Bukhari about the issue of inspection around the built environment as well.
Thank you for that. And also just in relation to the fire safety scandal and keeping our built environment safe, from this, obviously a lot of groups have formed and a lot of leaseholder organisations are campaigning to ensure that the buildings they live in are safe and that they're protected from costs. I'm just wondering, how are you working with these leaseholder organisations to ensure that the government will provide the future funding that will allow the fire brigade to keep them safe?
Look, firstly, it gives me a chance to pay tribute to all those leaseholder groups and campaigners and activists. You know them very well, as indeed do I, and Deputy Mayors Tom Copley and Fiona Twycross meet them regularly. This is a national crisis, right, and it requires national solutions, national funds, a national support service. There is some reason to be optimistic, more so than the last few years, because it appears that the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, does understand the scale of the challenge. So far, his proposals don't go far enough, but they're a huge improvement from what they were. We're going to continue lobbying the government, working as allies of the leaseholders to see what progress can be made here. And that includes putting pressure on the private sector, the developers, the landowners, those who manage these sites, to see what more we can do.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
If there are no other questions on the London Fire Commissioner section of the budget, we'll now move on to Transport for London, and the lead-off question will be asked by Assembly Member Prince.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure you appreciate that the budget, especially TfL's budget, is very dependent on the next bailout agreement that we get with the government. Bearing in mind that that bailout deal could actually be tomorrow, with a bit of luck and a following wind, could you possibly share with us some of the saving proposals that you put forward? I understand the government are currently considering them, and just wondered if you could share with us some of those savings proposals, please.
So some of the savings that we've undertaken at TfL include reducing the number of staff we employ. So we've explained to the government we've already reduced the staff when I became mayor from 31,200 to 26,800. That's a reduction of 4,400 people, or 14%. Some of the other things that we've explained to the government is we've already, since I've been mayor in the last 5 years, reduced the number of non-permanent staff by 67%, and that saves about £3.8 million a week. The annual operating costs on a like-for-like basis were going up every year from 2000 to 2016. We've now managed to reduce them by £1 billion each year, which is really important. I think it's £1.1 billion now. We've also managed to persuade the government in relation to some of the budget deficits going down by 71%. We're going to still try and make progress after passenger levels return. Cash reserves, although we increased them by 13% to £2.1 billion, the government has said we've got to keep the cash reserves only at £1.2 billion, not the 2.1 we had before. And we can't build up our cash reserves for a rainy day because the government's requiring us to keep those cash reserves at £1.2 billion. What the government's asked us to do, this is where we're working on the details, the government's asked us to find an additional, so on top of the £1.1 billion, an additional £730 million savings by 2024 and 2025. That is going to be very, very hard. We've explained to the government that that's on top of £1.1 billion is very hard. That's one of the reasons why it's really important the government doesn't add additional cuts on TfL, because it will mean, frankly speaking, we've got to be making not just managed decline, but service cuts and cuts to some of the safety stuff which can cause a concern.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that one of the issues that has cropped up during this current negotiation is the fact that you in 2019 agreed to a 4-year pay deal, and that therefore means that we will be having, or TfL will have to cover about £100 million worth of pay rises this year, especially for the London Underground, which has had an RPI plus deal agreed over the 4 years. Do you not think that with hindsight, may have been a bit foolish. Do you not think you maybe should have set a cap on the amount that that increase would be?
The problem isn't the pay deal. The problem is inflation, the highest inflation in 30 years. And it's really important that steps are taken to address that. It doesn't just affect TfL, it affects workers across the country. And it is important that steps are taken to address inflation. But also, listen, I don't apologise for keeping to the terms of a deal. The deal has been done. We will abide by the deal. And we'll do what we can to work with the government in relation to inflation, which is causing problems not just in TfL, in housing, in the NHS, in public services, in the private sector, and so forth.
Could you advise me, though, Mr. Mayor, did senior officers at TfL suggest to you or advise you that you should have set a cap on the pay deal?
Well, I'll let the Chief of Staff explain to you how pay deals are negotiated, because there's a misunderstanding, clearly, in relation to how negotiations are undertaken. It's not the Mayor that gets involved in negotiations. I'll let David explain.
Yeah, sorry, I will listen to David in a little while, but I'm just trying to get from you whether or not senior TfL managers advised you to put a cap on the deal before you agreed it.
Well, I think David's answer will give you the information you want from both your questions just asked, David.
But the question's to you, Mr. Mayor, whether you were advised. Does David know whether you were advised or not?
Well,
My very simple question, were you advised by senior TfL officers to put a cap on that pay deal so we wouldn't find ourselves in the situation we do now?
No. The decision makers in the pay deal are the senior TfL executives who are responsible for the negotiation with the employee side. So obviously the mayor's kept updated and discussing the implications of a potential deal, but it's never been for the mayor to be asked to take decisions about or receive recommendations about whether there should be a cap or anything like that. And I've certainly no recollection of any such discussion taking place.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't asking you, David, because my question is very simply to the Mayor, were you advised by senior TfL officers to put a pay cap on? And did you, Mr. Mayor, override that suggestion and insist that the pay deal went ahead because you wanted to avoid more strikes?
I agree with everything David Bellamy has just said.
Pardon?
I agree with everything David Bellamy, my Chief of Staff, has just said.
So the question is that you will not answer whether or not you were advised to put a pay cap on that. And sorry, are you denying that you were told by senior officers that you should put a pay cap on?
I was not advised to put a pay cap on any pay deal because I'm not involved.
Right, so you're saying that you were not advised to put a pay cap on, and you're also saying, Mr. Mayor, that you did not insist that the deal went through without a pay cap. Is that what you're saying? Just want to put on the record because it will come back and bite you on the backside.
Well, you've been saying that for 5.5 years, mate, but it's nothing splitting me so far. But let me deal with the point in relation to the pay deal. The obvious common sense conclusion from what David Bellamy has said is because I'm not involved in the pay negotiations or the pay deal, I couldn't have advised, told, instructed anybody to not have a cap on a pay rise.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Oh, by the way, I understand that you were complaining that the previous mayor didn't take the pay rise, didn't put the increases on the police budget, and we lost £150 million. Of course, you will recall that you didn't put the fare increases in. That's cost London £640 million. Would you agree with that as well, Mr. Mayor?
Let me deal with this.
Stones and glass houses, Mr. Mayor.
Keith Prince Colombo moment. But let me deal with that. So one of the benefits of freezing fares for 5 years is we've not seen in London the massive reduction in commuters using buses or tubes or trains that we've seen across the country. Because by freezing fares, what it does is it encourages people to use public transport rather than jumping in their cars. So actually, there's an economic advantage in us freezing fares, which brings in additional revenues, which enables me to reduce deficits by 71%, increase cash balances by 13%, and have like-for-like operating costs reduction. In relation to your friend and hero, Boris Johnson, when he was mayor, what he did was not only did he not increase the police precept on council tax, but he took great joy in that. So not only did it mean, as the executive director has explained, us having less money in perpetuity to spend on policing because of Boris Johnson's decision, the Home Secretary Amber Rudd in 2017 punished Londoners and said to me, one of the reasons we're receiving less funding, less grant from central government in 2017-2018 is because the previous guy, Boris Johnson, your hero, didn't increase the police precept. So there's very different from fares freeze, benefiting the average London household by £200 a year, plus increasing number of commuters, and the cuts made in policing by Boris Johnson when he was mayor.
And if the mayor had done,
thank you, David, very much.
And if the mayor had done what you said, if the mayor had done what you said, the consequence would have been.
David, it's mayor's question time. It's not David Bellamy.
Some order, and please. A bigger black hole for the government to
Mr. Bellamy,
when passengers stop travelling.
Mr. Bellamy, the question wasn't asked of you. The next questioner is Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, obviously we're still waiting for the white smoke in terms of a TfL deal, which hopefully we'll see shortly. I wonder if you could provide an update on how being still in the middle of negotiations affected the ability to publish your final budget.
I mean, just thank you for your question. I mean, we run a public transport system which has assets that are 40 years in the future. Lo and behold, the current deal expires at midnight tomorrow. Deal still not being concluded. So we've already paused awarding new bus contracts. We will be considering cancelling bus contracts, which will lead to some bus services being cut. We've already been told that some bus companies around the country are concerned about what it means for them in relation to building buses. Jobs around the country. Has an impact in relation to some of our contracts, our ability to do good deals, because obviously we've only got short-term funding available, and it's leading to uncertainty amongst senior management in TfL about their future in relation to a business, a public transport service, which is living hand by mouth, making deals at the 11th hour. What I'd say to the government is we need a long-term deal for TfL in terms of both revenue during this pandemic, but also in terms of capital in the long term as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to specifically follow up on the capital part of that long-term deal. You're currently looking at a 257 million underspend on TfL's capital expenditure previously. And is this related to the sort of inability to get, unwillingness to give a long-term deal for capital spend? And is this likely to continue to be a problem if we don't get a deal?
Yeah, it's just worth reminding colleagues that basically we were expecting the government to give us additional capital receipts beyond December 21, which didn't materialise, and so that's had an impact in relation to some of these issues. Some of the smaller underspends are for good reasons. Hammersmith Ferry, good reason why we didn't spend the £5 million there. Some of the underspend is because we've made savings by having less expensive interventions, but a large chunk of it is the uncertainty caused by lack of government funding.
And finally, I'd like to ask about fare rises. Obviously, a lot of Londoners will be concerned about fare rises in the middle of cost of living overall increases. I know that earlier on in various deals, the various short-term deals that Transport for London have had, RPI +1, a fare increase was mandated. That sort of disappeared, but sort of didn't, because I don't think that's ever really been fully explained by the DfT. I'd like to hear you sort of talk about how that happened and how we've ended up now in a situation where, I mean, I'm concerned about low-income Londoners having a big impact, particularly on bus fares. I wonder if you could talk about how we've got here.
Yeah, you heard, literally, a few minutes ago, the Conservatives criticising our policies to freeze fares over 5 years. And you're spot on in relation to buses. It's the poorest Londoners, particularly in outer London, who use buses, and that's one of the reasons why I'm incredibly proud, despite objections from the Conservatives, to have frozen bus fares at £1.50 from 2016 until 2021, and also introduced the hopper fare, which meant particularly those in outer London could change buses more than once, unlimited over an hour, and supported by Caroline Pidgeon as well in that policy, I should add. But what we had to do last year as a condition of the support from the government was to increase bus fares by 5p. Bus fares are increased by increments of 5p. This year, last June, the government said we must increase fares by RPI plus 1. But also the government said we've got to find £500 million additional funds. So I mentioned the £1.1 billion cuts. I mentioned the additional £720 million further cuts by 24-25. On top of that, we've got to find £500 million worth of revenues. And there's only so many things we can do to find those additional revenues. The government could devolve to us a vehicle excise duty. They've said no. And so we're considering a number of things. But the government's also said you've got to raise council tax to pay for some chunk of that £500 million and fares. Londoners know, my track record in relation to fares, but unfortunately, bus fares are going to have to go up by 10 pence. 5 pence was below what the ask was last year. 10p slightly above, but it's an increment of 5. Hopper fare is going to stay. We're going to keep free travel for children and also those above the age of 60. And we're doing what we can in relation to meeting the challenges, the hurdles, the obstacles placed before us and in front of us by the government. But it's tough. It is tough. And at the moment, we're still working on a managed decline scenario. Tubes cut by around 9%, buses by around 18%.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Assembly Member Pidgeon, please.
Thank you. Your budget states that 48.5 million is being allocated to meet half the additional costs arising from the best case financial scenario for the completion of Crossrail, working on the assumption that the additional costs will be shared 50-50 with the Department for Transport. But what assurances have you been given that the DFT will operate like this, given the project has effectively been transferred to TfL?
To be fair to the government, in relation to the Elizabeth line, they've kept those negotiations separate from wider discussions. And that's because there's a recognition that we're joint sponsors and so forth. And also I suspect not to complicate issues. It is important just for me to add that the reason why we've said best case scenario is the Commissioner is quite clear. We've got to keep the pressure in relation to keeping any additional costs down. OK, but DFT have said that they will meet half of the additional costs, or you're just assuming that? Well, that's the expectation, unless they want to resolve from being a joint sponsor, but they are joint sponsors and there's no reason why we shouldn't assume that they're going to carry on being a joint sponsor.
Thank you. I'm afraid the Liberal Democrat group is now out of time. Assembly Member Devonish.
Mr. Mayor, what is the purpose, please, of the Transport Service Funding Reserve?
So it serves a number of purposes. I mentioned in answer to the previous question the importance of addressing the triple challenges of cutting congestion, of tackling climate change, and of reducing air pollution. Now, if we're going to have policies that do this, they'll need to have implementation costs, as well as some amelioration in relation to the managed decline scenarios, but also amelioration in relation to supporting those people who may be affected by the new policies. So what we've done is set aside some money for transport services, and subject to the advice I receive from TfL and subject to the decision I take, that will determine how much of the transport services reserve is needed.
So essentially it's a Trojan horse, a 400 million Trojan horse to tax Londoners more, isn't it?
I don't follow the logic of the question, sorry.
You're going to set up more cost charging, whatever you were going to call it, green charging, son of the congestion charge, another ULEZ. How are you going to spend this money?
So I said at a previous meeting, Chair, apologies if the member may not have been here. So basically there are four options that have been presented to me in relation to how we address those triple issues that I mentioned: congestion, air pollution and climate change. The four options ostensibly are: one is a Great London boundary charge, two is an extension of the ultra-low emission zones that covers all of Greater London, three is a sort of charge every time somebody uses their vehicle, a sort of a small charge to discourage car use and encourage bus use, and four is a combination of options 2 and 3. TfL have got away to look at those, in addition to looking at a smart road user charging scheme, which is more long-term rather than short to medium-term, because obviously the technology involved will be the first of its kind in the world. The four schemes I've talked about, one of those four we'd want to bring in this mayoral term to address those triple challenges. The longer-term bespoke smart road user charges almost definitely couldn't be done this term, so that would be done in the medium to long term. And the monies we've set aside are to implement the cost of those schemes. I know from recent experience with both the ultra emission zone and the extension, they're not cheap to implement in relation to the infrastructure required. Any new scheme or an extension of a scheme would require additional costs, and this sum in the reserves would help meet those costs.
Virtually every press release at the moment, Mr Mayor, says that TfL hasn't got any money. You're always asking for more money from the government. Can you really, at this stage, when we're recovering from COVID, really need to put £400 million in a reserve rather than spending it now for the benefit of Londoners?
Well, one of the benefits, one of the secondary or tertiary benefits of the policies to reduce congestion, to tackle climate change and to reduce air pollution is it may bring in revenues to TfL. That's not the primary consideration, but that's one of the knock-on consequences of doing so. It doesn't often happen in some schemes, so it didn't happen as much with the ultra emission zone, which is a good thing because so many people were compliant. I'm quite clear in relation to trying to encourage as many of them as possible to walk, cycle or use public transport rather than the driving.
I'll leave it there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I do continue to be surprised at the lack of Conservative support for Londoners to get a long-term deal for transport. And so, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to note something briefly, if that's okay, which is when we were preparing for the budget in our group, we all recalled that the Conservative group have had a very different approach and helped pass at least 2 motions that were calling for long-term funding for the police service. Specifically, to give 2 examples, there was a motion in September 2020 calling for a long-term police funding settlement that was agreed unanimously, and another in February 2020 calling for assurance on officer numbers that was also agreed unanimously, supporting a multi-year funding settlement. Now, with the need for a long-term settlement for Transport for London, we're not seeing the same attitude at all from this party. So do you agree that Transport for London's need for a long-term settlement is something that needs and deserves more cross-party support and collaboration at a London level? And how might we persuade the Conservatives to join in lobbying the government in the same way as they have done for police funding in a very consistent way?
Well, this is. Thank you for your question and what you said. I mean, this isn't party politics. This is recognising that the capital city contributes hugely towards our national economy. Roughly speaking, £40 billion a year. But also, when you speak to London businesses, they will tell you how important TfL is, firing on all cylinders, to their businesses doing well. And so, what I'd suggest to the Conservatives is actually work together to get this long-term deal, which will benefit Londoners, our businesses, but also our national recovery as well. You do not get a national recovery without a London recovery. You do not get a proper London recovery without TfL securing a long-term deal.
Thank you very much. And if I can move on to another of our well, the issues we're very passionate about, which is pedestrian crossings and safer junctions. Now, we've raised this throughout the budget process. There's been a motion from my colleague Caroline Russell, to which you responded very positively. You put the idea in your manifesto. But obviously, we still don't have a properly funded plan to make sure that all junctions that need a safe pedestrian crossing have them. Now, we've been looking through what we've had through the budget process so far and what's been presented to the Budget and Performance Committee. And normally, there's more detail at this point about these kinds of plans. Can you reassure us that there are plans that could be shovel-ready soon as we get any kind of funding settlement? Because we're not sure that that preparation work is in the plans at the moment.
I think you're highlighting one of the problems of the uncertainty that Senate Member Ellie Baker talked about in relation to the lack of a deal with the government. So just to remind you how bad things are. We, on an average year, have almost 100 deaths and almost 3,000 serious injuries. At the moment, though, we can't plan for additional safety measures on these junctions, which will mean managed decline only responding to coroner's findings. Just think about how distressing that would be for all of us, bearing in mind how important this issue is. I took on board what Caroline said at one of the previous hearings, and I've tasked the TfL team to look into what we can do if we don't get a long-term deal. If we work on a managed decline, I'm afraid it's bad news for this issue that I know the Labour Group and you and the Lib Dems care passionately about, and indeed the Conservatives too. But it will be responding reactively to junctions which we know need responding to after a prevention of future incidents report from a coroner, rather than being proactive. And I think an important, powerful point Caroline made last time was actually we should be thinking about road usage for walking and cycling as we do about public transport when it comes to safety. It's a good point, which I accept. It's an issue of money, I'm afraid, as simple as that.
No, I understand that, Mr. Mayor. And I think, our question is really, can we get schemes shovel-ready for any funding that comes forward? There's this campaigning on road safety issues at a national level as well, trying to reduce road danger, trying to make sure there are safe spaces for pedestrians. The government changed the highway code. They are responding to these campaigns. If they came forward with a bidding fund, if we had a set of projects ready, that would be a really good thing to do from a sort of resilience, from a preparation point of view.
And job creation. Just the good news is the 32 boroughs and City of London know the schemes, know how to do them, could move very quickly. So in addition to our roads, just to reassure you, a good example was Camden in relation to the awful issue with Holborn, the Jarry Tree. That you will know, for reasons to do with the pandemic, that scheme was paused, but they were ready to do an interim scheme pretty quickly. So there are examples that councils have of shovel-ready schemes. We've got examples on our roads of shovel-ready schemes.
If you could bring your comments to
we can move pretty quickly.
Please. Thank you. City Hall Greens are now out of time. With apologies to Assembly Member Sheikh, who I didn't follow the who I didn't follow the order that I previously announced. So, Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to Mr Mayor, just by the last 2 minutes before we hit the afternoon. You're right, the Labour Group is very concerned about the delayed funding deal to TfL. Frankly, we're disgusted that this government seems to be playing political football with TfL. So we wanted to drill down and build on Assembly Member Baker's question around the consequences of this delay. And specifically, we wanted to know how this delayed TfL funding deal affects the plans in your final budget to build London's transport infrastructure.
It's a big problem because we can't plan for any new projects. So we're completing the projects that are past the tipping point and those for which we're contractually obliged. But you can't really make plans, for example, for the infrastructure crucial for housing, the new stuff. So southern extension of Bakerloo Line, which would lead to tens of thousands of new homes, can't be proceeded with. Other projects in relation to trams in Sutton and Croydon. Big issues in relation to future plans. Some of the plans we've begun will be completed, so Barking Riverside extension is going ahead. Northern Line extension we opened. Elizabeth Line we're proceeding with, but we've got big concerns in relation to improvements around stations which enable us to have housing near to those stations, and so we are concerned. Colindale's a good example.
Well, I mean, precisely. We've talked at length, I think, at the Assembly of the housing crisis, again, more often than not, perpetuated by dysfunctional Tory policy. And yet we have a TfL funding deal that now makes it even harder to support new homes being built because it's holding back our new transport infrastructure. So if you could just actually drill down a little bit more about, for instance, whether it's the Bakerloo line or the Barking Riverside extension, about the consequences and the numbers of houses it's stopping us building.
Well, there's a more basic point, which is TfL was on track to have 10,000 starts of homes, but they've had to pause over the last couple of years. Only those projects which were far ahead could carry on. So there's those homes which have been delayed. There's the homes that need unlocking through infrastructure that's been delayed. Barking Riverside, we think, is fine because that was ahead of schedule. Bakerloo Southern Extension, circa north of 20,000 new homes and jobs delayed. Crossrail 2, of course, has now been mothballed. Big issues in relation to that. We think improved signalling on the Piccadilly line would be really game-changing for the Piccadilly line. And so there are other examples we've got across London. Think about the bus routes in outer London, which I know you care about hugely. Less good tube service because for very often parts of outer London that have a tube line, and they rely upon buses. Our ability to move more buses to outer London has been compromised by managed decline, a kind of 19%, 18% on our buses. So these are just some examples in relation to this, and you will know in East London, where there are most of the brownfield sites, we need to make sure there are more extensions of some of the tube lines as well. So that's causing a big challenge. And by the way, this delay of a long-term deal has a knock-on impact in relation to delay in homes being built and jobs being created.
Yeah, and I think I'd sort of kind of push you a little bit more on that, for instance, because we know that TfL Land, for instance, has planned to build homes, and undoubtedly this delay to the funding deal will delay those homes being built as well. So we really can't understand in the Labour group why this government is hell-bent on holding London back while you're all trying to push us into the future. So in terms of the homes programme building on TfL Land, can you tell us about the consequences of the delay on that?
Well, there's been a pause, and so it's just worth some members being aware that no new projects in the last 2 years. We're not going to meet the 10,000 target TfL had. Those projects that are at advanced stage are carrying on, but TfL have pivoted towards working more closely with Homes for Londoners, have got a very good team working with our team. A lot of that work is not being undertaken now. As soon as we got a long-term deal, they could start that work again. But you will know, joint ventures in particular, joint ventures take the TfL working with those in the private sector to come up with a scheme based upon the site, work with a council, there's pre-application work that takes place, engage with the community. They then have a plan that goes to officers, then the planning committee and so forth. So it's a long process, and then once you've got permission, it's another 2 to 3 years at least till you see homes being completed. So all that, even if you truncate it, is going to be delayed. And that's why the knock-on consequences of these short-term deals we're going to be seeing for the next 5-6 years.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Let's hope the government pulls out its finger and gives TfL the funding deal it deserves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Part of getting a long-term deal is, of course, getting a long-term plan for filling that funding gap. And one of the changes in this budget from the last one we looked at is that increase in the amount of money that will be generated by some sort of road user charging. This is building on what my colleague Tony Devonish was saying. There's 375 million earmarked as an increase in income. And this is alongside those ones we've already talked about, which is expanding that ULEZ charge right across London, putting in a boundary charge to charge people to come in to work in London, etc. But I really want to focus on what you were talking about with that smart road user charging. How do you see that working?
Well, at the moment we're almost starting from scratch. No one does this. Singapore has a sort of a system. It's not really smart road user charging. It's done by bets on the road across Singapore. So that's the nearest comparator you can have. But it's very different from the aspiration we have in London. If you've ever listened to, as I have, colleagues on this side of the Assembly, you'll know some of the thinking taking place. The issue is how advanced the implementation of the thinking is in relation to smart road user charging. So one of the things TfL are looking into is what technology exists, what technology would be required. One of the advantages, there are many advantages, one of the big advantages, it could replace all the current schemes we have, the C-Charge, the ULEZ in the various, central, inner, and so forth. One of the things that would be really attractive is if we could persuade the government to remove the central vehicle excise duty and build that in to a smart road user charging scheme. That's one of the things I remember when I was in government. We discussed more than 10 years ago. So there's lots of different ideas. The key thing is we need to get government engaged in this conversation as well, because obviously if you're a car user, you're paying vehicle excise duty to central government, and you're paying charges to London government through the C-Charge and ULEZ. What we ideally want is a smart, bespoke road user charging scheme to reward you if your car is clean, if you're driving longer distances rather than short distances, certain times of the day, and to charge more if your car is polluting or you're doing short journeys. And also there'd be a really good incentive. We could encourage the government to sort of envelope vehicle excise duty into this.
So I see that, just jumping in because of time, and I know you want proper questions. So and that moves back to that concept of polluter pays, and I've read around it as well. So I think you talked about Hong Kong. I think there's Singapore as well. I think Stockholm also had smart user charging. And so what we can get from there is an idea of how it's implemented, and it sort of comes down to a couple of options. So it's either expanding the number of cameras that we set out across the road user network. It's asking somebody to download an app so that they can be followed around on their phone or something like that. Or you'd be asking somebody to put a device into their car. These are all really difficult things to ask Londoners to swallow. So there's £375 million built into this budget. So there's clearly a business case been set up and thought about. It's not a finger in the air, I'm sure. So what's your specific thinking about how this implementation would occur?
Without wishing to comment on any of the particular schemes you've talked about, the speed of innovation is remarkable in this area. So, particularly with manufacturers engaged with this as well. Privacy is crucial. One of the things I know we agree upon is there are many, many upsides of this scheme. We've got to be cognizant and aware of potential downsides. We have already been speaking, because one of the things I set out in my Mayor's transport strategy is to keep under review road user charging. I don't agree, by the way, that any city's doing this at the moment in the sort of the ambition we have. They're quite clunky, without wishing to attribute clunkiness to cities, but the schemes are quite clunky. So ours would be next generation in relation to really per mile, depending on the day, polluting vehicle, so forth. And that's some of the work that TfL will be carrying out.
So, and you could understand, I could certainly understand Londoners having concern about devices being fitted, about expansion of cameras or apps. So will there be some sort of consultation with Londoners before anything is pushed ahead?
There isn't a plan to consult on, but there will be engagement before any plan, and there will be, without doubt, not only are we legally required to have proper consultation, we'd want to have engagement, not just with Londoners, but we will speak to colleagues in Singapore and elsewhere who've got schemes similar. You'll remember the congestion charge, which was implemented in 2003. There was a lot of work done in advance of the congestion charge in 2003. The ultra-low emission zone in its final format began in 2019. Lots of work done in the 3 years in advance of that. I've been quite transparent about a smart road user charging scheme simply couldn't happen this mayoral term for a variety of reasons, not least lack of consultation and engagement, but more importantly, lack of technology. But you're spot on about the need to take Londoners with us.
And it's the policy implementation as well, because one of the things is removing those myriad of other charges. So how do you take out things like taxation from London drivers when they're putting fuel in their vehicles, etc., as opposed to somebody who's driving in from outside? Did you say you wouldn't consult with Londoners before you pushed anything forward? Or?
No, we would.
You would, okay. That's great. I was concerned there. The second thing I'd be really interested in is we talked last time about the pension report. I saw some paperwork on that. I think there was an independent report that said there was up to perhaps £100 million worth of savings that could be done with that pension fund. A report was due to come back at the end of last year. Do you know when that report is likely to be published, when we can have a look at that?
I think it has gone to government.
The review that is being done by Sir Brendan Barber is a condition of the existing funding deal, and the condition of the funding deal is that it reports back to TfL and is passed to the government by 31st March. I understand that Sir Brendan's on course to hit that target.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, can I thank you for, it seems we're coming to the end game of these negotiations with government at the moment, but can I thank you for fighting on behalf of Londoners on the little things that make a difference. So those free bus passes is not only helping families on low wages to be able to access public transport, it's also encouraging to get used to come on transport. Both you and I have ambitions about people using public transport. It needs to be clean, it needs to be less shabby. I'm underwhelmed by the lack of ambition by some members of the Assembly that they have for this service. TfL as a brand is not perfect. You and I have discussed when it's not perfect. But as an institution, it's a great institution for London. It's a wealth creator contributing to our national economy. Can you just outline, in terms of some of that drive that you did in reducing the deficit left to you by that previous mayor and those issues? You alluded to it earlier, because I think some members need to actually be reminded exactly what you did when you inherited that mess, because it was a mess, and to get TfL back on to a working order in terms of the beginnings of your administration.
Thank you. Well, firstly, one of the reasons, there are many reasons why it's important to have free travel for children. One of them is to get children into the habit of using public transport. So when they become adults and become paying the fares, they're used to it and have a good experience and continue to use it. But you will remember that the previous mayor borrowed more than £800 million. So he increased debt far greater than the mayor before him and far greater than I have, even with the concerns at the pandemic. So increased debt, but also increased the deficit of TfL, because he agreed with the then Chancellor George Osborne to remove the operating grant in 2015. And so operating grant gone. No other public transport body in any city has no operating grant, by the way. You go to New York, Madrid, Paris, Hong Kong, so forth. But the previous mayor, removed the operating grant from TfL. So the deficit each year is going higher and higher. We've been reducing it since 2016. Remarkably, we've reduced the deficit by more than 71%, yet this guy's got the audacity to say we've made TfL bankrupt. Right. We've also, by the way, increased cash balances. At £1.2 billion is what it was. We increased it to £2.2 billion. And as David was trying to say before he was stopped, was by having the increased cash balances, it meant we could pay for services when passengers plummeted by more than 95%. Right? So we spent hundreds of million pounds of our money, cash reserves built up, paying for a public transport Londoners weren't using because the government said, carry on providing 100% public transport for good reasons, keep a social distance during a pandemic. But also, you're spot on, these buses aren't made in London. Right? They're made in Falkirk, in Scarborough, in the west of Yorkshire, in Guildford. So we're helping to create jobs around the country. Many of these factories, between a third and a half of their supplies are from London. Their order books are from London. So if we cancel ordering electric buses, it doesn't help with the tackling climate change issues. It doesn't help with jobs though around the country. It doesn't help with the government's decarbonisation strategy. So I just don't understand in which planet the government, Conservative members of this Assembly think it's a good thing to do to have this stop, start with TfL funding, or to have a managed decline scenario. And by the way, best case scenario if we do a deal tomorrow, another short-term deal. Because I've seen no white smoke in relation to a long-term deal. So we'll be marched up the hill again, only to be marched down again. You just think about the amount of officer hours, the amount of officers, the amount of energy we're wasting negotiating with central government rather than delivering for Londoners and delivering for our country. What a waste.
And in terms of some of the issues and policy issues in terms of the budgets, whether you put funding pots aside, waiting for a time when you can deliver long-term on those issues, whether they're public health issues or whether they're about transport initiatives. In fact, they're dual, and I think it was earlier indicated by other Assembly members. The issue around road pricing, I can remember reading reports back in the 80s on road pricing. I am just surprised by the lack of knowledge, but there's a degree of alignment here. There's a degree of alignment, and people are being dishonest in government because some of the issues around changing the fashion of the use of the car, they support. They support. They encourage you to do X, Y, Z. They tell you this is what we want to do and this is where we want to be. In fact, the Prime Minister is the greatest example about getting on the bike. I wish he'd get on the bike and go somewhere else, but that's not the case. But he is a great example of encouraging people to use cycling as an alternative to jumping in the car. Now, the issue then, if that's the case, why is it that we can't get a consensus? There might be disagreements around the table about the time we take to get to point B or point C on somewhere on a map. The question then is, what is really stopping people coming forward when the Conservative government is saying we need to move in that direction, but the Conservative voices within this chamber and during budget issues is saying don't move in that direction. They would rip up. You know, I'm fairly pragmatic on local traffic management issues. I think we all are. Common sense. Some are good, some actually need changes. Some need maybe rethinking completely. That's life. But this view that they've all got to come out and they've all got to be ripped out can't be right. How can we really have confidence about long-term planning with that degree of pushback coming from locally when actually their national party is saying something different?
Yeah, I mean, there is, I think your question, when you mentioned some of the hypocrisy, it reminded me of the mayoral election, where I think the Tory candidate stood on ripping out all the LTNs. Right? I mean, it's just, even though it's a central government policy, active travel. And so what's really important is for us to have a grown-up conversation about the challenges our planet faces in relation to climate change, but also the challenges we face in relation to, Dr. Sahota referred to this, consequences of air pollution. And also when you speak to businesses, the consequences of congestion on our roads. And actually there is a solution to addressing all three things, which is to encourage more people to walk and cycle and use public transport. It helps the NHS with its bills, it reduces human misery, it creates jobs. There is a first mover advantage in relation to tackling this. Right? Where do we think these electric buses are going to be built? Right? Across the country, particularly post-Brexit. Actually, one of the advantages of Brexit is that the tendering process is far easier. And so we can try and make sure that we have these buses built in the UK. Where do we think the new trains, the new signalling is going to be built? This is job creation. When it comes to some of the challenges in relation to the high street, how are we going to re-energise our high streets? I'll tell you what, by increasing the footfall. If you're walking on a pavement on the high street, you're more likely to pop into a shop and buy something. Right? And so I think what I'd say to the Conservatives is I appreciate that they are what they say on the tin. They like to conserve, right? But conserving the planet, I think, is more important than conserving policies based on ideology. And I think I'd say to the Tories, join the party, join the club. But I say this: there are some Conservatives who are pioneer and innovative. I had a meeting this week with the president of COP26, Alok Sharma. He gets it. And I just wish that the current government negotiating with TfL showed that they get it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I've got no more questions on this section. I'm just checking because my record hasn't been good in this this past debate, so that's good. London, and now we move on to the London Legacy Development Corporation. Are there any questions on that? There aren't. I'll now move on to the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation. Are there any questions? Assembly Member Devenish.
Mr. Mayor, hello again. Credit to you on the green bonds. You're doing something with innovation in finance, and I do applaud that, although the devil's in the detail. We had a meeting yesterday on the Housing Committee in terms of innovation in house building and how we're going to get more stuff built. You own the Old Oak Development Corporation, largest regeneration site in Western Europe, we used to call it at the beginning of the GLA term, could build tens of thousands more homes if you can do something with innovative finance. Do you think you've done enough in terms of innovative finance, in terms of the land holdings that the GLA have, please?
Well, actually, the GLA has very little land holdings on the OPDC site. I think you mean the government. The government owns a vast majority in the western part, in particular, of Old Oak Common. I'm sure you just misspoke there, because God forbid you criticise a Tory. But the government does, through the department, through Network Rail, through High Speed 2, own a considerable amount of land on Old Oak Common. So a couple of things we're working closely with the government with. Firstly, we've now submitted the strategic business outline plan to the government, working with the government about releasing some of the land for the innovation you're so desperate to see. The third part of the equation is for some support from the government financially, which will lead to the fourth part, getting a master developer involved in the private sector to work with us on this site. It is a really exciting opportunity for our city, but also our country, the biggest industrial land that's ripe for development, and we're looking forward to working with the government collegiately.
If you could bring your comments
site
to a conclusion, Mr. Mayor, thank you. GLA Conservatives are now out of time. Assembly Member Duval, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is it not true that the real delay about Old Oak Common is about government taking its decisions about its land holdings?
Yeah, so if you remember, the previous conditions we had on the development was to make sure, according to the infrastructure fund, to develop ASAP. We couldn't do ASAP on government land because of high speed. That land is now available, and so we're keen to work with the government in relation to that. And I'm hopeful we'll get some good news around the corner. But until we get that land released, our opportunities are limited because we don't actually own the land. We know the challenges of trying to procure land from the private sector in relation to CPOs, and that's why the real potential in relation to the local plan, in relation to development, is land owned by the government.
And it is in the interest of government to maximise the benefit of that land by working together with the GLA, with the planning authorities and the local boroughs, and with other local partners. That's the best way on these regeneration projects. Is that true?
Yeah, and everyone wins, by the way. Because look, we're going to have the best high-speed 2 station in the country, or arguably the best station in the country. What nobody wants, you come out of the station and you see industrial huts. And so it's in everyone's interest, plus also the revenues, business rates, council tax revenues, so forth.
And it's not a political point in the sense that when we talk about government, it's about government not being ready to take the decisions, isn't it? It's the layers of whether it's a political decision, but it's about the timing of it, and lay it down in terms of civil servants saying, yes, we're ready to run with Area B, actually Area C we're not ready to run with. But if they gave that indication to you, we could get on and proceed, and people could see what I think we all want round the table, some further moving forward on this insight. It is an exciting development.
Yeah, I've got to say, I don't think it's conspiracy. I think things are slow.
Yeah, it's just
whenever there's, things are slow in government, and there's more than one department involved. There is an appetite there to work with us. Just to reassure you, I've seen no evidence of a lack of appetite from the government. They get it in relation to Old Oak Common. We definitely get it. The inspector, we hope, gets it, and I'm hoping to have some good news as soon as possible.
And we've invested, as in all regeneration projects, some considerable millions into this project.
And officer time, so staff, monies, energy, and so forth. This is important, but also we've got some really good collegiate working with the councils. A really good example on DC of land that crosses borders, working close together. Park Royal, very important to us. It could be a really good example of public, private, local, regional, central, doing some real good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, we've now reached the end of the questions and question and answer session. Our guests are now free to go. The Assembly, before I do adjourn the Assembly very briefly, just to let you know that the 3 budget amendments will be circulated over the break?
Just now.
Or just now? Yeah, just now. So all those three, the movers of those amendments are content for those to be circulated. So the Assembly will now adjourn and return in 30 minutes at 12:55, should we say. Thank you.
Welcome back to the London Assembly's final draft budget meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the final draft consolidated budget 2022 to 2023 and formal budget amendments. I'll now hand over to the clerk, who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Assembly is under a duty to consider the final draft consolidated budget and to approve it with or without amendment in accordance with paragraphs 8, 3 and 7 of Schedule 6 of the GLA Act 1999. At the final draft budget stage, a two-thirds majority of members present and voting must vote in favour of a formal budget amendment in order for the amendment to be carried and to amend the final draft budget. Abstentions are not counted towards that two-thirds majority, Chair. In accordance with Standing Order 6.6e, voting on any formal budget amendments at this stage must be by named vote. This means that each Assembly member present will be asked in alphabetical order to declare how they wish to cast their vote, i.e. for or against, in relation to any formal budget amendments, or whether they wish to abstain. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion set out on the agenda, any amendments to that motion, and any budget-related motions moved at this time. At the moment, we have 3 budget amendments which are about to be moved. They've been tabled, and no budget-related motions. Any budget amendments must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the JLA Act. Otherwise, the statement is a budget-related motion. The Chair will now invite members to move and second the budget amendments which have been tabled in the following order, which is first the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Hall, second the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Bakari, and third the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. We have no budget-related motions at this time, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite members to move and second formal budget amendments in the order set out, that has just been set out, and then any budget-related motions in the order received. So I'm first going to go to Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. And I am, of course, delighted to propose our amendment. But before I do, perhaps you'll allow me to say a very big thank you to the staff in all of our offices that have put a lot of work into this. They do every single year. And I've seen Gino Brand sitting up there. He, on behalf of all of us, puts a great deal of work in. I won't mention anybody else's names, but we go through 3 months of a lot of work, a lot of preparation. So a massive thank you to the staff in all of the political offices and, of course, everybody else. And now our amendment. It's an amendment to a classic Sadiq Khan budget, where he raises taxes, he pleads poverty, and of course, as always, he cries wolf. And it's a running joke with all of us that the Mayor gets a huge financial boost between his first and his final budgets every single year, 170 million on average over the last 5 years, which somewhat makes a mockery of us sitting there going through all the papers, when in the back of our minds we know full well is not the proper picture. The picture will change quite drastically. But this year takes the biscuit. More than £550 million of funding has come into the Mayor's control between December and February, almost as if by magic, again. Do you know what? That is more than the London Fire Brigade's entire annual budget. While the Mayor's position has improved enormously, Londoners, of course, are facing massive challenges. We are hopefully coming to the end of this pandemic. We're trying to rebuild our economy. We're getting businesses and lives back on track. And London must move on. We must all help in that respect. But people are facing, Londoners are facing, rising fuel prices, energy bills, rising inflation, unfortunately necessary national insurance rises because the pandemic does have to be paid for, and a perfect storm for hundreds of thousands of Londoners. And what does the Mayor do? He hits Londoners with the highest precept increase in the GLA history. And the great unfairness is that he doesn't actually need to do this at all. He is hitting Londoners when he doesn't need to. It's a sign of the Mayor's contempt, quite frankly, for Londoners and his hubris that he thinks that he can keep over 300 million in a reserve and tax Londoners to top it up by even more. He thinks Londoners won't care, or perhaps he even thinks that they won't notice. But of course they will. It's a sign of how little understanding he has of the people needing to make ends meet, that he thinks it's acceptable to take their money and sit on it for a year, whilst he makes a decision on how he's going to charge them for using London's roads. I will repeat that. He is storing £300 million, and he wants to top it up to nearly £400 million, using council tax from Londoners, hard-pressed Londoners, and he hasn't actually worked out how he's going to spend it. There's no business case, there's no plan, etc. It's just a pile of money, Londoners' money, sitting there for him to decide what to do. So our amendment is very simple. It uses the money the Mayor has at his disposal in the significant reserve he has built up, with money that he didn't think he was ever going to get, or so he says, to freeze the precept. The MPS and the LFC, the fire brigade and the police, will get the money they expected to. The money the Mayor specifically wanted for TfL will actually be there as well. So if anybody thinks that we are taking all that money away from the possible thoughts of road pricing or whatever else, no. He just needs to dip into his own pockets a little deeper. And if he does this, he will still have the money left for his future plans when he sets his reserves up in January. So, in other words, the money that he put into this reserve in January will still be there. We are looking to take the money that's on top of that in order to freeze council tax, or his part of council tax. And then for future years, we say to the Mayor, we've had enough. Londoners have had enough. Every year it's, I need more tax, I need to tax you more. He has got the money now. He gets an uplift of hundreds of millions every year. He did this year, and he'll get one next year, I'm sure, as well. So instead of this, using his money, money that he has and is squirreling away, we're freezing the precept and then giving the Mayor time to get his house in order. We propose examples of savings which could easily be worth up to 150 million, and we ask him to explore those, or indeed any others he would like to. We're not prescribing what he has to do. We're giving him examples of where he could get that money from. And of course, he's got a year to look and see where he can get that money from. But you've also got to remember that he will probably also receive miraculous money between December and February, as he always does. He needs to plan for the future. He needs to drive down costs across the GLA before he drives up costs for Londoners. That should always be the last resort, even at the worst of times, never mind when the Mayor has enjoyed such uplifts in his own funding. Now is the time that we need to be on Londoners' side. The Mayor is not on Londoners' sides. He's making a great fuss about the cost of living. He's even started, I saw a tweet yesterday when he's setting up a hub to help people. Yes, we're already facing a cost of living crisis with bills set to rise further. So he's making our debt-free London helpline available. Well, he's actually putting towards that debt. He's increasing people's council tax, and he doesn't need to. So we hope you support this amendment today. We appreciate it's not necessarily your cup of tea. Indeed, you'll note we take very seriously the idea of spending reserves, even in the short term. But for the benefit of Londoners in such a difficult year, when people are struggling, it is the right call to make. So I hope you can support us. Thank you.
Could I ask Assembly Member Fortune to second?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm delighted to second and also extend my thanks to the staff involved in the preparation. The change from the last budget meeting to this one is an extra 178.4 million compared to the draft budget figures we had just a few weeks ago. That's an extra 178.4 million he didn't have. What has not changed is the Mayor's whacking great 8.8% increase in the Mayor's council tax, which is the third largest in the GLA's history. And earlier today, for those that were listening, they'll have heard him say that he was proud of this. He was proud of the 8.8% increase hitting struggling Londoners. Proud to be taking money from the poorest. Proud to be making life harder for Londoners. We, the Conservative group, do not think that's right. Over the nearly 6 years that the Mayor's been in this job, his legacy of underachievement is now starting to bite. His failures in creating new homes, failure in keeping London safe, his failure to keep Londoners moving, his failure to keep commissioners. To lose one commissioner, Mr. Khan, may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose two looks like carelessness. The Mayor refuses to take responsibility for these failures, and we're used to him passing the buck, and now he's passing the bill. What our amendment has offered is a pause. We're giving the Mayor an opportunity to take some one-off funding and to reflect on the savings he can make without taxing Londoners to fix his failures. In this space we provided, the Mayor can take a look at making some serious savings. As my colleague said, there are loads of examples where savings can be made. The £100 million that can be saved from the TfL pension fund. He could look at his staffing. His staff numbers have increased by 127% over the last few years, 30% of which are going to his press and PR machine. Let's talk about free tickets. Free travel tickets given to 53,000 people who happen to live with a TfL employee. 53,000 people who do not work for TfL travelling for free. Now, whilst we're on free tickets, we all know that the Mayor enjoys a sporting event. So if we think about those 53,000 free tickets, we're talking about roughly the capacity of the Oval Cricket Ground and of Lord's combined, all given away as freebies, as perks. For the football fans amongst you, we're talking about the combined capacity of Selhurst Park, Vicarage Road, with the space to squeeze in the mighty Bromley FC's Hayes Lane. All foregone revenue, all given away for free. Now, the Mayor is not adverse to making savings. For example, looking at this budget, he is bravely and selflessly proposing to cut the London Assembly. The very body charged with checking that he's doing his job properly, he is selflessly offering up for a cut. Smashing the lens of scrutiny and strangling the voice of Londoners. Cutting scrutiny whilst increasing his PR. So the Assembly should support our amendment. It should remove the 8.8% bill he wants to send to Londoners. He should use the space we've provided to find the savings and drive the efficiencies. He should stop passing the buck. He should stop passing on the bills. Londoners cannot continue paying for the spiralling cost of Khan.
Could I now ask Assembly Member Bakari to move her amendment?
Thank you, Chair. The Liberal Democrats proposed an inexpensive and easily implementable amendment to the Mayor's draft budget on January 26th. We were delighted it was passed by the Assembly, but so disappointed that the Mayor chose to reject it. The building safety crisis is something we must continue to highlight. Given the impact it's having on thousands upon thousands of Londoners, and supporting those caught up in the crisis should be the primary focus of both this Assembly and the Mayor of London. We're not giving up on this idea, and we are not giving up on leaseholders. We have listened to the Mayor and the constructive comments from our Labour colleagues when the amendment was debated in January. You said it was a risk of disappointing Londoners by not offering enough support. So we've ensured that won't be the case by adding additional funding for user research, staff costs and finding the right mental health support. This amendment to the Mayor's budget is both simple and essential. There has been some welcome progress from the government in the recent months, but still nowhere near enough. It remains the case that many leaseholders and residents right across London are living in fear over the building safety crisis, and whilst many leaseholders are also facing crippling bills. A survey undertaken by the UK Cladding Action Group showed that a worrying 9 out of 10 leaseholders affected by the scandal have experienced worsening mental health. This is not a surprise, but it is deeply worrying. Many leaseholders are being forced to pay bills amounting to tens of thousands of pounds, each for remediation works, not to mention ongoing costs for interim safety measures such as waking watches, the bills of which also often regularly being passed on to leaseholders. Now, this amendment proposes the creation of a building safety crisis support hub. The hub would provide both mental health and practical advice to those affected by the building safety crisis in our city by working with specialist charities and services. The Mayor has urged that he's lobbied the government to improve the lease independent advice service. But by the Mayor's own admission, the service is inadequate. And clearly, his lobbying has sadly failed. There is precedent for the Mayor providing such a service. The EU Londoners Hub, which currently exists, provides a wide range of practical advice and support to EU Londoners, is hosted via the GLA website. And we propose that the Building Safety Support Hub is also hosted and developed in the same way. The Mayor can step up again. Our proposal will cost £300,000 in 1 year to be funded by the Business Rates Reserve. It would cost £180,000 for the following 2 years so as to maintain the service. £90,000 to be taken from the Business Rates Reserve in each of the financial years 2023 to 24, 2024 to 25. Now, this hub is not a new idea, but Member Pigeon has already repeatedly raised an idea that has had the support from all parties on this Assembly. And the Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee called on the Mayor for the creation of a support hub in January last year. The Mayor ignored this. The Assembly passed a Liberal Democrat motion which included a call for such a hub to be established in July last year. The Mayor ignored this. The Assembly passed an amendment to the Mayor's budget in January this year. The Mayor ignored this. He, in fact, ignored all of us. Well, this is my response. I will not, no, we will not be ignored. And we will not ignore the leaseholders. We know that many leaseholders will not find adequate solutions to the problems they're facing until a comprehensive funding solution to the building safety crisis is found. But this is another compelling reason to provide support via the hub. Leaseholders do not necessarily know what options are open to them or whether their difficulties can be addressed. Advice via this service would give them clarity that is so desperately needed. And an Assembly member amending the Mayor's budget is one of the key powers that we all have, and we cannot just stand by without offering support to the thousands of Londoners caught up in this crisis. Given the Mayor's current budget, it simply does not provide this. Now, with the Mayor seeming to have his fingers in his ears at this point, we need to take opportunities now and use our powers in an Assembly to amend his budget. Given the significant and wide-ranging impact of the building safety crisis on thousands of people that we represent, Assembly Member Pigeon and I believe such a hub is essential, and we hope you will support our amendment today. And we've listened to your concerns, and today present you with a proposal that will not fail. Because it cannot fail. This will not fail. It must not fail. Support this amendment. Let's show London what this London Assembly is all about. We are here for London. We are here for Londoners. Let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. An Assembly Member Pigeon to second, please.
Thank you very much. I hope Assembly members will support this amendment today and again demonstrate their support for leaseholders affected by the building safety crisis. The Mayor did not choose to do this in his final draft budget, but we aren't going to give up, and I'm hugely disappointed he didn't take that opportunity. Leaseholders across London, as we've already heard, are facing huge costs for not only remediation works but also interim safety measures, with thousands unable to remortgage or sell their homes, being effectively trapped. And I'm sure we've all spoken to people who are in the terrible, terrible cases and predicaments. And there is a gap around mental health and other support aimed at this group of Londoners, and a lack of clear, targeted, practical information. And we want to change that, and we think it's easy to do. You know, the impact of this crisis on the mental health of those affected is something that should worry us all. How leaseholders and residents continue to be left in these situations is something I just cannot understand, and it's having such a devastating impact on families and individuals across our city. Now, we know there's been some movement from government. It may not be enough, and it's not fast enough, but we need to, in London, do something, and it's important that Londoners who are caught up in this building safety crisis have support from here at City Hall. Not just supportive words and lobbying, but action, and that is what this amendment seeks to ensure. It proposes a support hub for all those caught up in this scandal, and it will mean having access to key information, advice, and importantly, mental health support. As my colleague has said, we have listened to the Mayor, we've listened to Labour colleagues, answered their concerns, and improved this amendment that we bring before you today to ensure excellent support is given to leaseholders. And given the Mayor has a budget around £19 billion, this modest investment outlined in this hub is surely something we can all support. I really hope members across this chamber will support those caught up in this fire safety scandal today and support our amendment.
Thank you. Can I now call on Assembly Member Russell to propose the amendment on behalf of City Hall Greens?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I first of all, just from the Green Group, want to put on record our thanks to everyone in finance who has borne with us while we work on these budget plans. And there's been a lot of back and forth, and we're very grateful for the way we've managed to resolve everything. And I'd also like to just put on record my thanks to the amazing Green Group team who are up in the office, because you really are amazing. Thank you. So, the coronavirus pandemic has created an ongoing domestic health crisis and an unparalleled disruption of our city's economy, and London has not yet seen the end of it. This has been reflected in the Mayor's budget process, and Transport for London still doesn't have a long-term funding deal from government that the London Assembly can scrutinise or amend. On the 26th of January, at the draft budget plenary, we were really pleased that the Assembly supported so many of our constructive ideas. Thank you. Our budget amendment for a Residents' Empowerment Fund was welcomed, although the Mayor didn't include this useful idea in his final draft budget. We'll continue to work on behalf of residents' groups to help them access, support and have a powerful voice in planning processes. The Assembly agreed to pass 2 of our budget-related motions, calling on the Mayor to provide a broad estimate of the cost of cancelling the Silvertown Road Tunnel and on providing more toilets and new pedestrian crossings in London. Now, our City Hall Greens amendment builds on this cross-party support for positive ideas. We're putting forward a finance plan for more toilets and new pedestrian crossings that will improve London's landscape for anyone living in, working in or visiting our city. We also propose an amendment that would allow the Mayor to bring in London's first real smart road charging scheme. These ideas are core to our work and are the result of years of pushing for change on the topics that we are really passionate about. The costs of the schemes we're proposing are modest in terms of the Mayor's budget, but would have huge positive benefits for Londoners all over our city. Imagine being able to safely and freely cross that large, busy and hostile main road that you avoid in your neighbourhood, or being able to find a clean, open, free public toilet when you need one. As usual, our group amendment to the Mayor's budget is a sincere effort to improve the Mayor's budget plans for the benefit of Londoners. The ideas we present in this document are genuine changes that we would be glad to see realised in the final budget. So with these as our guiding principles, we've drafted an amendment to the Mayor's budget in 3 parts. The first part is a plan to accelerate the development of smart road charging technology with an innovative scheme for charging to use the Blackwall Tunnel. The second part is a scheme to provide new public toilets across London to enable more people to get around our city without worrying about finding a loo. And there is a programme of design and preparation for more safe pedestrian crossings at junctions where they don't exist. Now, the first part of our amendment that includes the innovative proposals that would allow the Mayor to bring in London's first real, smart, fair road charging scheme, a move that could finally tackle congestion at an infamous spot for traffic jams like the Blackwall Tunnel, I'm going to leave to my colleague Sian Berry to speak about in detail. I'm going to talk now to the parts of our amendment that encompass the fundamental but often forgotten accessibilities that make London a safe, connected and world-leading city. And this is about freely available toilets, in case you were in any doubt, and designing new pedestrian crossings where they're most needed. So, to the second part of the amendment, just in case you're trying to follow on our budget paper. It addresses the desperate shortage of public conveniences, an issue that has not lessened over time, particularly for people like older Londoners, people with disabilities, and who are finding that the closure of many of our informal public toilets is not a new problem. People who are menstruating, pregnant or getting around with small children are left with nowhere to turn to when they need a loo. Some can't even access a sink to wash their hands. This is a critical public health necessity during a pandemic. Even the Mayor's response acknowledged that public toilets are a vital facility, and he responded positively to the Health Committee's report. However, he has stopped short of committing new funding to provide more free toilets, which we found out this morning. So we found a company that's conducted more than 100 full toilet reviews for UK councils. They put an average tender to council refurbishment programmes at about £172,000. So our numbers are robust. But of course, the cost for upgrades for toilet facilities is going to vary depending on size, number, etc., etc. But this is why we're proposing creating a one-off £10 million London Toilets Capital Fund from the Business Rates Reserve for local authority toilet refurbishment, accessibility improvements and upgrades. Nobody should be dehydrating themselves because they don't know when they'll find a loo, or stopping themselves from leaving the house altogether. The third part of the amendment calls for a programme to redesign the most dangerous crossings where there are traffic signals but no safe time for people to cross the road. Making London safer for people walking by reducing road danger has always been our priority in the Green Group. And there is a reason these issues get Assembly-wide support. As it stands, there are still more than 250 junctions where there are signals for motor traffic but not for people to get across the road, making them dangerous and, for some Londoners, absolute barriers to getting around our city. Keith Prince has lots of these junctions where he hangs out in London. On Battersea Bridge, residents' groups conducted research that showed a total of 72 people, including 31 cyclists, were injured in 63 collisions that were attended by emergency services in the 5 years to December 2020. The Mayor and the Assembly have a powerful opportunity here to be a voice for Londoners by taking action to improve junctions like this that are littered across our city. The City Hall Greens want to see Vision Zero become a reality because we truly believe we can make London safer and eradicate deaths and serious injuries from our roads. But This bold vision needs bold action to back it. Our amendment proposes spending £1.5 million from the business rates reserves on designs for new pedestrian crossings for 50 of the most dangerous signal-controlled junctions that do not currently have a crossing facility for people who are walking. We estimate that a new pedestrian crossing costs approximately £30,000 for the design work. This modest investment will mean that when eventually TfL's finances are stabilised, it will have a pipeline of shovel-ready schemes that both reduce road danger and support the Mayor's manifesto commitment to improve the safety of the most dangerous junctions. Our roads should be safe for children, older and disabled people to walk along, cross without dodging traffic. And if we're going to meaningfully reduce road danger, we must put pedestrians first, considering their safety and convenience when designing our roads. Both these parts of our amendment are not a tough sell. All of us in this chamber understand the urgent need for more toilet availability and safer crossings. If we simply spend a day travelling around London with our family and friends, we can see it for ourselves. Where we should be seeing increased funding for better roads and facilities, we're actually seeing further cuts and managed decline because we don't have a government deal. The time is now to set aside ring-fence funding to tackle these issues, which will have a long-lasting impact on the safety and accessibility of our city. We'd like that long-lasting impact to be a positive one. The Assembly has previously voted in support of more and better crossings and more and better toilets. We hope the Assembly can once again add to the continued support of these issues to make London safer and accessible to everyone. I hope you're going to vote in favour of this budget amendment, especially once you've heard from my colleague Assembly Berry, who is going to talk you through the first part of our budget amendment, which is the bit that gave the finance team a little bit of pause for thought. But we've got an amendment all signed off, and when the chair calls her, I'm sure Assembly Berry will be seconding this motion.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Berry to second.
Thank you very much, Chair. So yes, I'm here to talk about the part of our amendment which accelerates the development of smarter road charging and enables the immediate cancellation of the Silvertown Road Tunnel. Yes, we're still raising this because if you thought the Greens were ever going to stop trying to cancel a damaging road project, you've not been paying attention. We've been making the case against this terrible idea from the start, alongside Londoners and the Liberal Democrat members here, and the arguments we hear back have changed over time. These days, they are less about asserting things like that new roads won't create new traffic, because they always do. What they say now, since the Mayor signed the contract, is usually that it's either too expensive or impossible to cancel. This amendment now brings together the information on the contract terms we've gleaned as a result of the motion the Assembly passed at the last budget meeting, with a practical plan to do something excellent we need to be doing anyway. Together in a proposal that is both far less expensive than carrying on with this folly, and also cheap and practical and prevents harm and brings real benefits in return for far less money each year from Londoners' pockets. As the amendment sets out, and as Assembly Member Fortune and the Mayor discussed earlier, we do need a way to develop and trial the new technology we will need for a smarter, fairer, privacy-friendly road charging scheme, and a way to engage properly with Londoners through a demonstration period. And with the charge just at the Blackwall Tunnel, we can do a good thing here. We can generate a pool of drivers, including freight and business travellers, to be incentivised to help us get that smart scheme right as trial users. This alternative option for Blackwall is also something that's never been properly explored, but we believe it will also lead directly to better resilience, thanks to less congestion at this location too. This amendment has been agreed as a suitable, affordable and legal proposal for us to make today. It sets out 4 steps to the proposals. A, cancel the Silvertown Tunnel, revoking or lapsing the Silvertown Tunnel order, cancelling the planned tolls and revising the transport strategy to reflect this new policy. B, implement a charge at Blackwall alone and develop new technology for smarter road charging scheme with the Blackwall Tunnel as a test site. C, generate a stable revenue stream from implementing these charges, and then through Although this revenue stream is much lower than what we've committed to pay out to the contractors each year, you will see that it has been confirmed by suitable GLA officers as more than sufficient to cover the capital, repayment and financing costs of a long-term loan to pay whatever the exact terms of cancellation are. So here we have it, a real choice to make today. And I really appreciate the way the Assembly has helped to get the information we need to do what is our job, to make costed, practical, alternative proposals on behalf of Londoners in cases where the Mayor's policies are a mistake. Over the years, there have been a number of examples of wasteful, damaging ideas that were mistakes by different mayors, which the Assembly should have done this for, but it has shied away. Let us not make that mistake again. Let's do our job and vote for this practical and essential amendment today. Cancelling the toxic, climate-damaging Silvertown Road Tunnel is possible, is practical, and is far more affordable than carrying on. If you choose not to vote for this, that is your choice. But the facts are clear. It can and should be done. Now, finally, I want to say one or two things about the upcoming debate. First, what I don't want to hear is any speeches from around this table based on the sunk costs fallacy. Let's be perfectly clear. There's no option where the Silvertown Tunnel costs us nothing, and I'm afraid the Mayor baked in significant costs when he signed the contract in 2019. We're now at a point where we're deciding whether or not to save Londoners a significant amount of money compared with going ahead with this toxic project. And second, I want to point out that though we're making an agreed allowance of £500 million for the gross cost of cancelling the contract in budget terms, which we can pay with some leeway here, we believe the final net outturn cost should be much lower. There's a gorgeous mint condition tunnel boring machine being created over there. Before that goes into the ground, we could take that off the cost of cancellation by asset sales by the contractor. And unless we gave away the land as part of the development consent order process, we can also find better, more useful and profitable things to do with the land out there. I want to see some acknowledgement that there are opportunities that go along with this cancellation for transport and land use if we cancel this project now and take up these proposals. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the debate that follows.
Thank you. Assembly, all the motions have now been, all the amendments have now been proposed and seconded. Could I ask Assembly Member Prince to contribute?
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by saying that I will be supporting the Liberal Democrat amendment. I think it's very sensible, and it is something that we desperately need in London. We've seen, haven't we, over the past few years, the Labour Mayor just paying lip service to the suffering leaseholders, blaming everything onto the government because it's always someone else's fault. But here we have a proposal that is doable, and he has the power to do it. So when is he actually going to step up and be the leader that this wonderful city of ours really needs? When he's going to step up and take responsibility for something and do something that he can do. So I thank the Liberal Democrats for doing all the work for him. All he's got to do is accept it. It's not hard. And then we will see a mayor who's actually doing something for Londoners. And it's going to be really interesting, isn't it, to see how the Labour group opposite, how they vote. Will they do the right thing by Londoners, or will they do their usual cowering down to the power of the mayor and supporting their failing mayor? This would be a very interesting vote. I'm a bit more concerned with the Green amendment, which regrettably I won't be supporting. I'm particularly concerned that Caroline Russell seems to know where I hang out. But I'm sure we'll get over that. No, I mean, I really do support the proposals around traffic lights, pedestrianising traffic lights, and quite rightly, Caroline points out there's a number of those issues in my constituency. I also very much support the proposals around toilets. I think myself, with a limit of 1.5 hours, I myself do need it from time to time, but I appreciate there are those of even greater need. And not least of all bus drivers, where again the mayor has failed bus drivers. There are routes where the bus drivers have nowhere to go when they're having their breaks, which is a disgrace actually in the 21st century. So I definitely support those. Unfortunately, as with all things green, they allow their dogma to ruin the proposals. So I'm afraid those proposals will be flushed down the proverbial toilet because of their obsession with Silvertown, their obsession with road pricing. London may get road pricing, but that will be part of a national policy. We can't just keep adding taxes onto Londoners. If we are going to have road pricing, then we need to do away with vehicle excise duty, we need to do away with fuel taxes, and that's only something that can be done by the national government. And why is it that the Greens, like this mayor, hate Londoners? What is it you hate about Londoners? Why have we got to pay to cross the river? We've only got one river crossing, that is the Blackwall Tunnel. We know that the mayor's made a complete disaster of the Woolwich Ferry. So why have we got to cross the river? Why can't everybody else pay if we've got to pay to cross the river? What have you got against us? That's what I'd like to know. Because we've only got the one crossing, and that is actually why it is so busy. That is why we have mile-long tailbacks, not because we like queuing up for 40 minutes and polluting the atmosphere. It's because it's the only crossing that we have. So why do we have to pay a tax for the only crossing we've got? So there's no way on this earth that I would support any proposal that, one, means we don't get another crossing which we richly deserve, a crossing that will make public transport much better. We can't get double-decker buses through the Silvertown Tunnel. We can get them, through the Blackwall Tunnel. We will be able to get them through the new Silvertown Tunnel. There will be buses that can carry push bikes through, which is an innovation, which will again help walking and cycling, and also it will be better access for pedestrians. So I don't see why you would be against something that actually makes walking and cycling more achievable, rather than having a situation where we have mile-long queues, 40 minutes of a car sat in a traffic jam, pumping out pollution because the engines are all idling. Don't get that at all. And then on top of that, of course, what you want to do is burden us with £32 million worth of debt because you're going to have to borrow £500,000 to stop the project. Absolute cloud cuckoo land, and it is with much regret that I would not be able to support your amendment, which I do support on two issues, but on these, I'm sorry, I just can't. Thank you.
Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure where I begin, but let's start with the Mayor's budget and what this Mayor's budget does and doesn't do. And it is a budget against a very difficult background. So he maintains substantial financial support for the Metropolitan Police, more so than any other mayor in our history, more than any other mayor, keeping police officers on the beat and in different specialist situations. I know it may not appeal to the anti-police element within the room, but I think it's important. It's what Londoners want and what Londoners want to see. He continues to focus his targeted approach on housing investment, and there are signs of improvement, but, you know, we're working within an economic situation, a financial situation, but it's there. It's much more transparent than it's ever been under any mayor, right? He's improved, you know, he's done that despite some of the uncertainty that we live within and in terms of changes in government grant and their tactics. But government and the mayor are working very closely together. So when the opposition on that side starts to question about housing numbers, it's very interesting what government says about some of that issues and performance. And then we've got TfL, despite the long-term financial uncertainty of TfL, he's held it together. He's held it together, and actually I think the Tories are a bit embarrassed. He actually managed it quite efficiently in reducing the deficit led by the previous mayor. The issues is a hidden agenda here. They want to break up TfL. They don't like it. They don't like TfL, and they don't like certain elements of it, whether it's concession fares or whether it's buses, because they don't like buses either, because I never hear people speak up in support from that side around on it. He's protecting the fire service. Protecting the fire service when we know nationally the government is not giving enough money in terms of the fire services and the new threats that London's face and the challenges they have to deliver. And then ultimately, the Mayor continues, when we come out of the pandemic, that we do have some economic activity, that we can work with our other partners. It's not us alone, but working with our other partners, and that skills development plan for better times. So they're the good things about this budget. Of course, we want to do more. You want to do more, except some sections don't. We'll talk about their plans, because they don't want to do more. They're quite clear. They want to reduce the activities down of this authority in a way that would make it almost not functioning at all. So this budget deserves support. Of course, let's turn to the amendments now. The Greens are very sincere, but not very practicable. I'm sorry, cancelling a project that's already there, that's gone through the consultation, and through elections where it's quite clear what different people would offer if elected, and they're in denial that that's taken place, and therefore it's okay to saddle the debt, cancel a project, although it was very clear if you had elected a Labour mayor or a Tory mayor, then that's what you would get. You would get Silvertown Tunnel. It'd be interesting to see what that was raised in terms of the private meeting they had and what the answers was. It was so important, the Silvertown Tunnel in this amendment, wasn't even warranted a question to the mayor. I rest my case in terms of actually how to take that sincere. It's only here because of the local elections and misleading people about some of those issues. It might well be that you can cancel it, but there's a price to pay. There's a price to pay. Now, on the Lib Dems, sorry, I should mention with the Greens, I think the toilet issues and the crossing issues are quite important. But this mayor is not like he's not doing anything. He has got a programme for that. And actually, he said back to him in response, despite what they said, moving their amendment, he would look at it. And there may well be other opportunities that we would do. I think these are important issues in our fundamental daily life. And as I get older, I think more important to the likes of me as well. So I have a self-interest in looking closely at that issue. Road pricing is here. Whether people like it or not, it's a question of the tactics. I think it's too early at the moment because, as someone rightly pointed out, we need government to come to play. And government is coming to play, but they're taking their time over it. If we want to accelerate it, then we need to actually put more pressure on government, because we can't go forward alone. Government will look for pilot programmes. Maybe we could be a pilot programme about road pricing. I've always been of the view...
Could you bring your contribution to a conclusion, please?
And then finally about the Lib Dem issues...
No, Assembly Member, not another clause. Not another clause, because you're over time already.
I apologise,
If
Chair.
you wish that point to be made, you can get another Assembly Member to do so. I'm sorry.
I will do so, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, let me say thank you to all of our staff who do so much work to make this happen, because to those who are not aware of the work in the London Assembly, it's a big piece of work. And also thank you to all the other groups for their amendments, except, of course, the Labour group who didn't provide one. Firstly, to talk about the Lib Dems. As someone who used to chair my tenants association as a leaseholder, the key thing I can tell you why your motion is correct is information is key. When you are dealing with professionals and you are dealing with very emotional people who are looking at losing the entire financial base which they plan their family life on, information is key. So for me, I cannot tell you how wholeheartedly I will be supporting this, because I've sat in front of groups and rooms full of people who have panicked hugely over not being able to get information. On top of that, the mental health support, I mean, that goes without saying. This is a great amendment. I think it will mean a lot to many, many Londoners, so it will get supported, but from me personally. To talk about the Greens amendment, there is so many things in here that I absolutely love. The idea that you'd make crossings much safer in London, to me, the father of two young teenagers, is vital. I happen to live in Keith's Patch, where he hangs out, and we have a number of high-speed, dangerous roads. and the amount of vehicles I've seen on their roofs since I've moved to this part of London is more than quadruple what I've seen in the rest of my life. So that part is unbelievably needed. And of course, as someone who used to run a 60-plus day centre, the idea of public toilets, for me, really is a necessity. We had a number of elderly people who wouldn't leave unless they could get in our minibus because they were scared of being caught short. So for me, that's real sort of fundamental making London work for everyone. Where the problem arises, for me, is with the Silvertown Tunnel. Because again, I'm an East Londoner and also an ex-Greenwich resident as well. And the idea that we could have even less goings-on, ability to cross the river, I think is wrong. This tunnel, I believe, will reduce the traffic. It will make it much more possible to get across the river without having to drive, because you can now use transport, whereas beforehand you'd have to drive. And the key thing, many of the poorest communities in London are in East London, and part of that is a lack of economic activity because people can't get across the river. So I can't support that. But here's the thing as well about road pricing. I happen to agree with Assembly Member Duval. I think it is coming. I personally don't have a particularly big problem with it, except in one way that's written in here. Londoners must not bear the cost for this. How can you ask Londoners to pay £500 million to develop something to then charge them more, which simply won't work? Because the point is this, if this came in tomorrow morning, it would be even more expensive to live in London. This needs to be a national scheme. I say it will be more expensive because you'll have to pay for this scheme and also road user charging. As people talk, tax disc. This needs to be a national scheme because the weight and the cost of the technology that will need to be developed to make this work should not be borne by Londoners. And what happens if we develop a system and then the country develops a different system? We'll have the same nonsense that we have in our railway lines with different signalling. It makes everything hugely expensive. This must be done nationally. Londoners must be part of the conversation, but we should not be bearing the risk all alone. That is too much money to ask Londoners to pay. And I think the final thing to say is it isn't right in this time of need, but just coming out of a pandemic, we have more need than we've ever had in London, to then be heaping all these new taxes on Londoners, because it is the poorest communities that suffer. And particularly with the tunnel and road charging, it is the poorest communities as you get further and further out into London. There's a large number of communities outside London that have no choice. This is showing real Zone 1 focus. If you live out where we live, the Bexleys, the Bromleys, the Romfords of the world, unfortunately, car ownership is often part of your existence. If someone makes that hugely expensive, poor families, small businesses will not be able to budget and they will go to the wall. So that's the reason I don't feel like we can support the Green Amendment. But just to end, I think the Lib Dem Amendment is spot on. It will make a huge difference to people now who are suffering because they're worried that their entire financial base for their family's future is about to be taken away.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. If I could just talk through the different amendments for our group. In terms of the Green Amendment, London Lib Dems have long opposed the development of the Silvertown Road Tunnel, the motorway under the Thames, and we would be glad to see it scrapped. We have also, in terms of road pricing, been a long supporter and advocate of this, and it's actually 5 years ago that the Transport Committee here published the report London Stalling, Reducing Traffic Congestion in London, which called on the Mayor to reform the congestion charge and ultimately to replace it with road pricing, something that all parties in this chamber today supported then. And it's good to hear members from all parties today saying they support road pricing, though they may have different ideas of how it should come in, whether it's done nationally or via London. The idea of introducing live technology and charging at the Blackwall Tunnel to offset the cost of cancelling Silvertown, as well as piloting this new technology, it's a really interesting idea, and I think it's really a good idea as we start to develop policy in this area. And of course, I'm not going to go into my movements in toilets as other people have, but of course we support public toilets and improving pedestrian crossings. So we are therefore very happy today to support the Greens amendment. In terms of the Conservatives, I really commend you for looking at how you could try to protect Londoners from this cost of living crisis. And I know your heart's absolutely in the right place here on that. And I agree with you that council tax is regressive, and I would do away with council tax. I'd bring in local income tax based on your ability to pay. But I am concerned, in the short time we've had to look at this, that your proposals are not sustainable. And I'm concerned that the 98 million be lost going forward. And it sort of reminds me of some of the discussion we had earlier. The TfL pension scheme is one of the things you mentioned. That's complicated. That's not going to get reformed within a year. And the Transport Services Funding Reserve, that's going to invest in crucial infrastructure projects going forward. And we need to make sure that's spent on transport in London. And the £20 precept, the government has asked the Mayor to find that money to help plug this gap as they're in negotiations. And so that's why we feel we can't support this amendment. And in terms of the overall budget, first and foremost, we really would like our amendment to go through. We think it's so important for Londoners. And obviously I haven't heard what that my Labour colleagues are going to do on that today. But I would just like to say, and I've got no timer in front of me, I'm afraid, so you're going to have to tell me how long I've got left. Thank you. What I'm really concerned about, and we're really concerned about overall, is the whole budget process that we have been through. Because we haven't had a chance to effectively scrutinise the real budgets for each of the functional bodies. They all put stuff forward in unclear and inconsistent ways. We've battled away under Assemblymember Hall as chair and with our officers, trying to get our heads around what was being presented. It was really unsatisfactory. Lots of last-minute changes, as always. But then, to suddenly have a £500 million green bond, something the GLA has no real history in doing, that we have not been able to get under it and really understand it, and whether that is a good idea, which it may well be, and I'm sure it is, but whether we really have the correct structures in place there. We can't continue like this. How can we scrutinise a £19 billion budget when we aren't given the information? How can we amend it in a sustainable way if we don't have that clarity of details? So I really hope going forward that we can look at this process to make sure it's improved going forward. And then in terms of the budget overall, if it's unamended, the Mayor's budget, we're really pleased to see road user charging in there. Really good to start having that public debate and people from all parties supporting that. But with also the threat that we've heard picked up by a colleague here today about police stations still under threat across London, still no sign of this infamous estate strategy we've all been waiting for. I think about 2 years we've been promised, really unsatisfactory. So there's lots of things that we're unsure about and unhappy with in the main budget. If our amendment gets through, we will support it. Otherwise, we will not be voting for the Labour budget today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Cooper.
As we seem to be having a bit of trouble with people kind of overrunning and underrunning, and I can't really see the screen very easily. I'd like to thank the Conservative group, the Liberal Democrat group and the Green group for putting together their budget proposals. I think Assemblymember Duval has probably responded completely to the budget proposal from the Green group, so I'm going to focus my comments on the Conservative proposals and on the Liberal Democrat proposals. And Assemblymember Pigeon was just saying, what will our response be in terms of the Liberal Democrat proposal? And one of the things that concerns us about this is that the proposal has gone from costing 160,000 when we discussed it in January to now being 480,000. So we won't be supporting this proposal because we don't think it is a proposal that has been fully thought out to cover Londoners' needs. And it does actually, and Assemblymember Bailey was talking about the need to only implement things when it's something either that it affects many people across the country. Is it something that we should go ahead with in London? And I think in terms of air quality, there is a need for us to press ahead because London's air quality, we've got most of the really poor air quality areas are in London. I do think we really need to urgently address the building safety crisis, but I do think we need to do more nationally on air quality, and I would actually like to see the government increasing the Clean Air Fund
allowing London to be able to bid for it, but as well, you know, Birmingham has really been struggling to do what they're doing. And I think it's the same principle really for the building safety crisis. We need something that's national, and I think that London should be coming in behind what's going on across the country. So we won't be supporting the Liberal Democrat budget proposal, although we think it has some attractive elements to it. And we have been pushing very hard, attending the all-party parliamentary groups and working with a number of groups out across the whole of London to push the government. And I would hope that Stephen Greenhalgh, who was lately of this place, is someone that a number of the Conservative members can speak to and push hard to move forward. So that I think there has been development since Michael Gove took over as at the Department of whatever it's been relabelled as, but communities and local government. Turning to the Conservative budget, and I do really appreciate what Assemblymember Hall was saying about the need to be on the side of Londoners, given the cost of living crisis, which I think in light of the news from Ukraine and Vladimir Putin's exploits is going to only worsen, particularly in terms of the cost of fuel, which has been going up, along with a number of other elements in the cost of living, which are impacting on people. I think where we part company, which you probably are not surprised to hear me say, is while you talk about an 8.8% increase, of course that does sound very large, but we are actually talking about a very small precept. And if you work that out, it works out as being 61 pence per week for Londoners. Now, I think there is a problem, and we experienced it before, where, you know, Amber Rudd made it very clear that if the previous mayor didn't increase the element of the precept that was applied, then there would be a drop in funding from the Home Office, and that came through. And I think if you look at, for example, in comparison to 61 pence per week from the increase in the mayoral precept, if you just look at how much the increase in national insurance payments is going to cost Londoners, so I would hope, you know, perhaps all of us, we were talking about this only you know, earlier on this month. And, you know, my colleague Marina Ahmad, Assemblymember Ahmad, you know, was proposing that the Assembly should, all of us should unanimously be asking the government to think again about the national insurance contribution increase. And I might remind everybody, the cut of £20 a week from universal credit. And I think the impact of those far outweighs a very small increase in the mayoral precepts, which I don't think we should be approving a budget where we end up having to face cuts going into the future. The mayoral precept is quite small compared to most local authority precepts. It's only a fraction of each of theirs. Actually, I would just like to endorse what Assemblymember Pigeon just said about the entirely regressive nature of council tax. It's terrible. It has bands that finish at H. If your house is worth, you know, 300,000 or 300 million, you're probably paying it about the same. We really need to see a reform of council tax. It's been unreformed for years and years. The valuation bases are nonsense as well. However, given where we are, I think the mayoral precept and the amount of money that City Hall spends has always been very low, and I would commend the budget unamended to all Assembly members. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, this is my first sort of budget debate. Can I just check that I'm not missing any paperwork? I have a Liberal Democrat amendment and a Conservative amendment and a Green amendment. Is there a Labour amendment that does not reached me? You appear to have no ideas at all from the party opposite, even though the Mayor is increasing his share of the budget, cutting our share of the budget, including their share of the budget, and they don't even have the self-respect to oppose that.
Shameful.
Which I find quite extraordinary. I'm sure they'll be explaining in a moment why they think that's a brilliant idea. I won't repeat the excellent remarks of my colleagues about our own amendment. I think I probably prefer to speak, if I may, briefly about the Liberal Democrat and the Green amendment. Again, very briefly on the Liberal Democrat amendment, I think it is a very sensible idea. I think it's difficult to see why anyone in this chamber would oppose it. I don't know whether anyone will yet challenge that analysis, but I think it is an extremely important problem about our built environment. We do have a housing crisis. I think it is difficult to solve the housing crisis if people don't have confidence that they can buy a new home. That is not flammable. Feels to me like quite an important topic. I don't know why the Labour Party would choose to oppose something so simple and so obvious. Turning to the Green amendment, I will restrict my comments on toilets to say that I think it is an extremely good idea. What I will say is that it provides capital funding. Sorry, I'm going to be much more boring than everybody else. It provides capital funding, but it doesn't provide revenue funding. And if well, it says that the revenue funding would come from councils. That's what I read in here. And so the thing I would say about the revenue budgets of councils is that they are not overflowing like a sort of cornucopian horn of plenty. So, well, nonetheless, the amendment that we have before us presents capital funding, but not
can we have some
funding.
order, please?
So I do have, thank you, Chair. I do have a concern about that. Nonetheless, I think it's a very good idea. On the road charging, I have a number of concerns, actually slightly different, I think, from my colleagues. I'm quite agnostic. I might be the only person in London who's agnostic on the Silvertown Tunnel. I'm very open to persuasion either way. My concern about road charging is twofold. Firstly, I have serious privacy concerns about the way that would work, and I think it's very easy to insert the word privacy compliant in front of a proposal, but I think it is very difficult to put a tracking device in every car and then not have that data be collected and somehow available. And, you know, my background is in IT, so I know there's a big gap between a principle of keeping people's data secure and the reality of actually doing it. That's a concern. The other concern that I have, you know, particularly representing the wonderful boroughs of Sutton and Croydon, Sutton in particular is quite lacking in public transport. And I think there is a debate about road user charging that often assumes that all of London has the same kind of public transport network. And you're very welcome to come to Sutton. It's a wonderful borough in very many ways. But I would tell you that even the Liberal Democrats in Sutton formally oppose a lot of the road user charging ideas that are coming out of this City Hall, including from the Liberal Democrat colleagues in City Hall, because they recognise what I recognise, which is that it is extremely damaging. It's very easy to say that it would come alongside a lot of improvements to public transport. I mean, as my colleague mumbles to my right, you need an investment in public transport first. That is not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. What this amendment is proposing is that we push ahead with road user charging, and I don't see any proposals at all for any substantive improvements in Sutton, or for that matter, Croydon's public transport. Although Croydon has the tram, which is wonderful in many ways, it also doesn't go to most parts of Croydon. So I think road user charging has the potential to be extremely not only privacy infringing, but very damaging to those parts of London that rely on their car because there are no alternatives. And the people who propose it, seems to me, never seem to address that practicality. And finally, in my final 30 seconds, I would just like to say the comments that Assemblymember Pigeon made about the difficulties in scrutinising the Mayor's budget, the opaque and vague way in which these proposals come forward. Although I'm new here, I'm not new to scrutinising public sector budgets, and I consider myself quite numerate. It has just been a kind of smorgasbord of confusing nonsense. In particular, things like this green bond just coming through at the last minute, falling out of a clear blue sky. So I'd like to associate myself as well with those comments.
And could
Thank
you,
you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues have addressed substantially some of the issues raised, but I want to talk particularly about the Green budget proposal to have more toilets in London. And I think no one can argue against that we do need more public toilets. We have made a very powerful case for it. But let us remember why the number of toilets in London has gone down. And that is because councils have suffered a great cut in their budgets, and the requirement to have toilets has been removed from them. So the councils have no obligation to provide toilets. So even if you put more money into a pot of, say, £10 million, the councils probably won't apply for it because the maintenance costs, who's going to pay for that? And until the government makes it an obligation for the council to provide public toilets, the number won't go up. And I think the current mayor has been very responsive to the report of the Health Committee and is going to look out for it. But I think the first thing we must do is urge the government to make it an obligation on local authorities to provide public toilets so that they have an obligation to do so, and then, of course, the mayor can be asked to provide some boost funding to them. But also, I think the councils need to be paying the cost for maintaining them. It's not a capital. We have a lot of money from Section 106, right, money coming to councils. So providing the infrastructure isn't the hard bit. It's the maintenance of them and keeping them going. That's the roadblock, and that's the reason I think that the Green proposal won't get the objective they want to do. So that's why I won't think I'll be supporting it. Which then brings me on to the proposal by the Liberal Democrats. Look, I think you've drawn parallels with the European Hub, and the European Hub was merely a signposting service. But here, in the course of a month, right, we've seen your aspirations grow from a budget costing 160,000 to 400,000, and you really want to provide a mental health service. Well, let me tell you, if you want to provide a mental health service, then you need to boost up the NHS. The last thing you want are people calling this line service saying they're suicidal, they're depressed, right, and you have nowhere to send them to. I think what we need to do is provide a service, but let's boost up the NHS. I have had a constituent write to me in the last 48 hours of a mentally ill patient taken to the police who's suicidal, and the police want to discharge them without any resourcing being put forward because the NHS services are outstretched. We need to boost up the NHS and the mental health services and not provide an alternative service through the mayor. And that is why I will not be supporting the Liberal Democrat proposal, because it does not answer the issues that are really at stake here. And then, of course, we come to the Conservatives. Look, the precept is something the mayor has to impose. The previous mayor didn't impose it, and we pay the cost of it. And we don't want to have that repeatedly put burden upon the Londoners. So I think that's the big proposal. And secondly, the Tories try to come through as the protectors of the people who are most vulnerable in London. And that's where they fail the test. The point is they're living in the delusion. The worst people are ones who are deluded, who don't realise what reality is. They're deluded on the other side. If they really were on the side of the poor, they would be arguing that the government should have been taxing the big companies with the windfall taxes rather than pass the money, or offer a bitter bill, right, for elderly people in the cold weather. The energy bill has gone up by something like £650. You should be taxing the people, right, who made the windfall profits, and so the Londoners could have been helped. I also am a person who sees people with disabilities, people who can't walk, people who can't live independently, and their benefits are being cut, the PIP benefits. 68% of appeals of PIP benefits are won by the doctors who are right on behalf of it. I know how this government has made... And I'll tell you another thing. £26 billion of taxpayers' money being wasted on giving contracts in the PPE to their friends. Save that money for the government. That money could have been saved to the taxpayers. I'll tell you who's picking the bill up for all this money wasting. It's the taxpayers, the poor people picking it up.
Could you come to a conclusion now, please?
I've just started, Chair, but now you ask me to stop, I will. Thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to be pretty brief just to address some of the points that were raised earlier in this debate. And I want it to be clear to every Assembly member here that since 2015 to 16, the Mayor's spending power has increased by almost 10%. So that is the backdrop of this budget, an increase in real-term spending power of almost 10%. And what we see here today is a pile of money being stacked up, £400 million, but yet the Labour group over here don't want to fund a project of £400,000 that will support people that we know are in desperate need. And I am actually astounded that I just heard a member of frontline staff on the Labour benches, which is, by the way, I used to work on frontline services as well with children, saying that we should pass up opportunities to have meaningful interaction with people that are feeling suicidal. That is absolutely outrageous. Every single opportunity for meaningful interaction we must take. And that is what he said. And so we said...
Assembly member, if you could just pause there. You wanted...
No, I'm not going to know. Not yet, no. I'm sorry, I didn't mention a name. Apparently, if you don't mention a name, it's okay. So let's continue. Yeah, don't mention a name, it's okay. Let's carry on. I didn't even point. So, what is not okay is to suggest that we shouldn't be allowing meaningful interactions to signposts. And the reason they're interrupting, the reason they've been incredulous is because
can we have
they're
some order, please? Can we have some order?
They are embarrassed and they're angry at themselves that they have to vote against it because they can't have they don't have the gumption to even go against this mayor for...
Please, Assembly member, look, excuse me 1 second.
Yeah.
When I'm not in the chair, I'm the worst heckler, but I am in the chair, so I don't tolerate it. Thank you very much. So.
No, but you just said she was lying.
Yeah.
That is against rules.
Substantiate or withdraw.
If you
Would
can,
you like them to...
please carry on. Please carry on.
Thanks. So... How am I lying? I'm saying the truth, so there's no, and by the way, we don't say lying, otherwise the mayor would get liar all the time, wouldn't he? But we don't, anyway, so we're asking for just £400,000 to support leaseholders who we know are in such a state. I've had them crying to me. My brother is in this position. I know so many constituency members across this chamber have seen that. So why would we pass up that opportunity? And I know that you're uncomfortable voting against this, and I know that's why you're heckling. But I would ask you to reconsider that position, because out of all these amendments, there is no reason to vote against that. And I'm astounded that you are going to vote against leaseholders in London today.
Thank you. Assembly member Dr. Sahota, you wanted to write a personal explanation.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't say that I don't support people who commit suicide. I said supposing people who rang that line up were suicidal and you don't have the resources to point them to. I am someone who works in the front line, who are well aware of how to help suicidal people, who are well aware of how to present those problems, and what I don't want to do is create a parallel service of a service provided through the London Assembly or through the Mayor, which can't handle those sort of problems. What you really need to do is strengthen the NHS services so those people who have mental health problems, they can access them. We don't want a parallel service, we want a stronger NHS.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Polanski. And it will be nice and calm while you're speaking.
Exactly, nice and calm. Thank you very much, Chair. I want to start by thanking staff, which I know is repetitive, but actually we all know how much our staff do in our various groups and across the Assembly and the GLA, so I want to also echo that. Second, I do want to talk about the tone of the debate that I've just heard, and this is not pointing any fingers at anyone, because I can also be guilty that politics is emotional, we're all passionate, and I can genuinely say that I don't think there's anyone in this Assembly that doesn't care about Londoners. We see it through different perspectives and different ways with different priorities. But the debate really needs to be on the budget, about the facts, and where we're coming from, and make sure we're talking about substantive facts and not kind of firing personal arguments or making accusatory arguments. And I think we all have a responsibility for that for Londoners, and I include myself. I'm not going to talk about the Green Amendment because, unsurprisingly, I support it and think it's brilliant. And I think Sian and Caroline have already put very strong arguments for why you should support it too. So I'm going to focus my remarks on the other two amendments. So on the Liberal Democrat amendment, we will absolutely be supporting this. It's a very strong amendment. It's absolutely vital. It's been 5 years since Grenfell, and this is still not sorted out in any way, shape or form. There are still far too many Londoners living in unsafe homes and with the uncertainty of knowing how they're going to make sure their home is safe or find another home. Now, I heard the argument about £480,000. The Mayor's budget is £19 billion. I think when we're talking about mental health services that are specialist services that are being brought in by the GLA, not being provided by the GLA, and that's an important distinction, I think it's really clear that actually that amount of money is more than worth investing in mental health of Londoners who are going through horrific, traumatic times. On the Conservative amendment, I think there's two issues I have with it, and they both lie with the same kind of argument. One is we've talked a lot about the Mayor's large reserves. But a big reason why the Mayor is using that is because of the way that government has been choosing to fund or underfund local councils and the Assembly. And you hear this argument right across the UK. So it's bizarre for a Conservative group to support a Prime Minister who does that and then blame the Mayor. Now, I totally am with you that sometimes a Mayor can use arguments against the government where he has responsibility, the Lib Dem amendment being a case in point. But I think it's also disingenuous if we attack him all the time whenever he says that it's government's fault, because sometimes it is government's fault. And I think there are things in that amendment that totally lie with the government. And one example is pensions. Now, I know this was probably written before the Mayor's answer this morning, but we all heard about how TfL and the government review require an independent review of pensions. And I know none of us would want to prejudice that or comment on it before it was happening. So I think that's one place where this amendment falls down. But I think the larger point of this, the amendment talks about value for Londoners. And of course, we all want value for Londoners. But we also heard these arguments in 2010 with the Conservative and Liberal Democrat government around austerity and cuts. And actually, ultimately, we need to protect Londoners, and we do that by investment. Right now, we have two huge emergencies. We have a climate emergency and an air pollution crisis. You don't resolve those by making more cuts to vital services. You do it by making smart investment. You don't need to listen to me on this. If you're a Conservative, you can listen to the President of COP26, Alok Sharma, who's been making this argument strongly all along. So for that reason, we won't be voting for the Conservative amendment. We will be voting for the Lib Dem amendment, and we do hope you'll be voting for the Green amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I've seen no other indications of people who want to speak. Therefore, we'll move to the summing up on the Green amendment. Assembly Member Russell.
Came on automatically. Amazing. Thank you very much, Chair. So I'd just like to start by thanking the Liberal Democrats for their support and acknowledging the way that we have all been pushing the cause of smart, fair road user charging and privacy-friendly. And yes, to thank you for your support. Now, moving to yes, Keith and Sean, where do you think the money that pays for Silvertown comes from? It's actually proposed to come from drivers crossing the river. And what our amendment does, actually does, is make that fairer. The costs to Londoners will be lower through our proposal. We're proposing something that is fairer than what's already set to happen. The government and the Mayor have agreed this idea in principle that charges would pay for Silvertown. Our plan would be half the cost to drivers. And on the point about buses, the buses are often used to justify Silvertown Tunnel. But that's not much service for £65 million a year cost to Transport for London. We would cut that cost in half to TfL and to drivers, and with reduced congestion, there would be a massive improvement to existing bus services at Blackwall, which could be improved. And our proposal would also cut congestion sooner and more effectively by moving more quickly to a smart, fair road pricing scheme, both at Blackwall and then on beyond across London. In terms of Assembly Member Duval, you've just bought the sunk costs fallacy. And, you know, if you're spending loads of money and you keep spending more, that's not necessarily the right way to go. Silvertown was not in the Mayor's manifesto for 2021. And I can't believe that you haven't noticed how frequently we have asked the Mayor to cancel the Silvertown Tunnel. Neil, good point about revenue, councils having not much revenue for covering maintenance of toilets. Totally spot on. But we are as concerned as you are about the privacy implications of smart fare road charging. We've raised it privately with the Mayor. We've raised it we've discussed it and done some work on it with privacy campaigners, and we can certainly share some of that with you if you are interested. And then, sorry, just checking whether there's anyone else I was going to actually respond to. Yes, finally, we do want to see green crossings for East London instead of the Silvertown Tunnel. We also want to see improvements to public transport to go along with that road user charging. And there is, our amendment provides a revenue surplus that could in future go on those kind of schemes. And so tying up even more revenue in the proposed Silvertown Tunnel scheme is only going to delay those green alternative options for London. So I really hope that you will all vote for our amendment, and we're very proud of having put it together for you.
Thank you. Now, Assembly Member Bakari to sum up for the Liberal Democrat amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to the Liberal Democrat team who've worked incredibly hard on this and put a lot of research and work into it. And they worked incredibly hard with the GLA finance team, who I commend, because it was their support that helped us budget and come up with this very well-costed amendment. Conservatives and the Greens, I'm really appreciative of your support, and you've actually really read it carefully, because you've seen there are no issues, there are no problems with this amendment, which is why I'm concerned by the Labour group's reaction. We actually took on your advice, and you've set the trap, and that is not on. That is not fair. We have taken on board your advice, and we did exactly what you said, and we've made sure we've put in that funding for the mental health support that you've talked about. I feel it's almost unfair that you're now saying that you're not supporting something that you asked us to push for, and we put in that extra funding and made sure that the specialist charities and organisations for mental health can provide the support that is necessary for that mental health support that you were talking about earlier. We are in a situation here in London, and the Mayor of London has a responsibility on fire safety. It is not just a national issue, it is a London issue. And as the Green member mentioned earlier, Grenfell happened in London. People died here in our city, and they are watching us. Londoners are watching us. They are listening to us. They will be reading everything we say, very, very detailed approaches to their campaigning groups. You know what they're like. And I can imagine how uncomfortable some of our London Assembly members are feeling. I feel for you, because I can imagine how you are feeling incredibly uncomfortable about not supporting this. It is a national issue. It is also a London issue, just as air pollution is a national issue, an international issue, and yet the Mayor of London is leading on this issue, having summits, talking to people around the world. And it's a London issue too. He's also helped and suggested doing debt advice. Is that not a London issue, national issue again? He has responsibilities in this area. I am very upset that we're not getting this full support from our members here across the Assembly Hall. We did give you this amendment earlier. You had time to look at it again. If you had any reservations, you would have worked with us harder to make sure that this support hub would have succeeded and had the full support of the Assembly. I'm incredibly sad that this is not happening, because Londoners need this, and the people who've died needed this, and the people who are suffering from mental health issues that are severely impacted by the fire safety crisis need this. And we have had actually one person who's committed suicide over it. So I'm really, really disappointed, Labour. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall to sum up for the Conservative amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll start off, if I may, with the Liberal Democrat amendment. You started really well. You said it's inexpensive and simple. So that's great. People understand what you're going for. People understand what you want. And we actually all understood a month ago. Our colleagues over there made some suggestions. You took those on board, you put them into the amendment, because after all, this is such an important issue. And I can see you're all looking down, and I'm not surprised, because just like Assemblymember Bahari, you must feel ashamed that you can't actually support this, having told them how to amend it. Since having found out there's so much more money in the coffers, and you can't even support that. It is a very important thing. The leaseholders have been badly affected by the building safety crisis. It's absolutely the right thing to do. We're not tribal. If we know that something is right, we will support it, and which is why all of us are happy to support this. And all of us, I imagine, are quite astonished that our colleagues over there are not. Onka, I just need to tell you that the Mayor literally has a mental health and wellbeing mission. I don't agree with his missions, but along the line that you were talking about, I can only assume you object to that as well. Anyway, well done, Lib Dems. You have our support. Now we go to the Green Amendment. A massive thank you to Caroline. I've always wondered where he was hanging out. I now know. I can now deal with it properly. So thank you for that. I wish you'd all stayed on the toilets, really, because we all support toilets. Although I say that, I think if you'd have just done a toilet mission, we know that the group over there wouldn't have agreed that either. No. Because at the end of the day, the group over there are quite happy to support the cost of Khan, but they're not happy to support the wrath of Khan, which of course you would get if you didn't agree to anything that he puts down. Because quite frankly, we should all remember we're here to scrutinise the Mayor, not tell him that he's inspirational. That really was a low point, or a high point if you really, I mean, unbelievable.
Which Toby was that?
Well, anyway. Unbelievable. I find very few things inspirational, least of all the Mayor. Anyway, so thank you for bringing it. I know you've put a lot of work into your proposals. We won't support it. There are lots of different little reasons, and I've always got a gripe with you. You know that if you put capital expenditure in that is going to incur revenue expenditure, there has to be proper work done around an ongoing revenue expenditure, and unfortunately toilets are a high revenue expenditure. But it is sad because I think everybody here would say they agree with it. You certainly on this side of the table, I would say, would always get support on something like that. So perhaps it's something to look forward to going forwards. So I'm afraid we won't be supporting that. Zach, I have to, if I come on to our amendment now, I have to tell you that there is an independent review of the pensions. It's been done. It's gone through to TfL. It then has to go to government. It is there. It is an independent review. And it was Khan himself that said he thought it would bring £100 million in savings. That is at its last moment. So it is in there. I accept unreservedly you haven't had time to look at it. Our amendment was very, very, I can say cleverly thought through because I didn't think it through. It was David Mercier in our office. So, I mean, hours went into this, and it was properly funded, and it was properly done in order that we could freeze council tax. Just to counteract a couple of the comments from Labour, I mean, quite frankly, a couple of my colleagues have mentioned Labour's amendment. It cannot be such a wonderful budget yet again that you're not prepared to put forward something. But having said that, to be honest, if you were going to support anything, you should have supported the Liberal Democrats, because they will now be able to say with their hand on their heart, and they're not prepared to support leaseholders who need their help. And yes,
you'll have to conclude your comments, Assembly
okay,
Member.
I will just say
Just
it's nonsense
back.
about TfL. We do not support breaking up TfL or any other rubbish we've heard. I will say
Please,
I'm surprised.
Sorry,
I'll just
Assembly
finish
Member,
now.
you shouldn't start on another clause.
Okay. Well, I was just saying that I'm very surprised that that the other groups don't want to. That other groups do not want to freeze council tax.
Thank you.
Yes.
Don't want to hear
Thank
the
you,
truth.
Assembly Member.
No, they don't.
Right, now I'm going to put each budget amendment to the vote, starting with the Conservative budget.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to call members in alphabetical order with the Deputy Chairman and the Chair listed last. I'm going to call members alphabetically. I'm going to ask them to indicate whether you are voting for, against or abstaining. A reminder that abstentions do not count towards the two-thirds threshold. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Sorry, apologies. This is in the order they were moved, Assembly Member Pigeon. So this is the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Hall first. So Assembly Member Ahmed is against. Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Against.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval. Assembly Member Fortune. Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Harani. Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Against.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Against.
Assembly Member Rogers. Assembly Member Russell.
Against.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince, Deputy Chairman.
For.
And Assembly Member Boff, Chair.
For.
That is 9 votes in favour, Chair. That's 16 against. That hasn't received a two-thirds majority, so that amendment falls. We move on to voting on the amendment.
Sorry.
Apologies.
Could I just suggest that everyone uses their microphone? It's for the people on the broadcast, and it is an accessibility issue for people to understand what's happening in the chamber.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Just moving to the vote on the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Bakari. Again, I'll call members in alphabetical order. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval.
Against.
Assembly Member Fortune.
For.
Assembly Member Garrett.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member Harani.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema.
Against.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Rogers.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince, Deputy Chairman.
For the people of London.
What about me?
Sorry, Assembly Member Boff, Chair.
I knew there was somebody left. For.
Thank you, Chair. So that's 14 votes in favour, that's 11 votes against. Whilst that's a simple majority, it doesn't meet the two-thirds threshold, so that amendment also falls. This is the
Labour against leaseholders. Labour against leaseholders.
This is the vote on the final amendment before members, which is in the name of Assembly Member Russell. Again, calling alphabetical order. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assemblymember Bailey.
Against.
Assemblymember Baker.
Against.
Assemblymember Berry.
For. Sorry.
Assemblymember Best.
Against.
Assemblymember Bakari.
For.
Assemblymember Clark.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Against.
Assemblymember Desai. Assemblymember Devonish. Assemblymember Duval.
Against.
Assemblymember Fortune.
Against.
Assemblymember Garrett.
Against.
Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember Harani.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Moema.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
For.
Assemblymember Polanski.
For.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
Against.
Assemblymember Prince, Deputy Chairman.
Against persecuting East Londoners.
And Assemblymember Boff, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, Chair. That is 20 votes against and 5 votes in favour. That amendment falls.
You almost made me vote for.
Please bear with me, members, and I will just read the summary. Can I just check, before I read this, can I just check if there are any further budget amendments? No? In that case, can explain that no formal budget amendment has attracted the requisite two-thirds majority of votes. We will now move on to budget-related motions just in a moment, and we'll come to the substantive motion to the Assembly at the end of the meeting. Can I check if there are any budget-related motions to be moved? I see no indications. In that case, we will move to vote on the substantive motion. Can I ask members to vote on the substantive motion before them, which is now to approve the final draft consolidated budget for 2022-2023 without amendment? This is just a simple display of hands at this stage, unless anyone asks for a named vote. Right, in that case, can I see members in favour, please, of approving the budget before them without amendment? Members in favour is 11 in favour. And can I see votes against, please? That's 14 votes against, Chair. The motion falls. However, please bear with me and I will read the summarising text. The substantive motion before the Assembly was not agreed. However, as no budget amendments have been agreed, the Assembly is deemed by paragraph 8(5) of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 to have approved the final draft consolidated budget without amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the Assembly's consideration of the final draft consolidated budget. Can I ask the Assembly formally to receive the Mayor's report covering the period from the 7th of January to the 10th of February 2022?
Agreed.
Can I ask the Assembly to note that, as previously agreed by the Assembly, all questions submitted at this meeting under the Mayor's question time procedure will receive a written response on the 1st of March 2022.
Noted.
The next meeting of the London Assembly will be the plenary meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 3rd of March. Where?
Apologies, Chair. That's the destination. The venue has changed, Chair.
That will actually be. That will be at Union Street. I read that and I thought I didn't know. It's where we are at the moment, isn't it? Don't know where we are. This meeting will principally be used to hold a question and answer session on London's economic recovery and business with invited guests. The lunchtime briefing scheduled for today has been postponed to the 24th of March after the Mayor's question time meeting. Apart from one urgent item which I raised earlier, there is no urgent items requiring our attention, so that's the meeting. Thank you very much.